Thank you. Please be seated. Thank you all for coming. You have to excuse me, my oxygen cylinder had just run out, but I've managed to make it in. Not too breathless, we'll see. Okay, welcome to today's full council meeting. Welcome to members of the public who are attending in the public gallery, those in the conference hall, and those watching this meeting via our YouTube channel. For those in the building, I would like to draw your attention to the emergency evacuation procedure. Please leave the chamber by the nearest exit and congregate by the cathedral. As with any council meeting, please treat each other with due courtesy, tolerance and respect. Moving on to agenda item 2, apologies for absence. I have received apologies from Councillor Bales, Bartle, Beach, Cole, Bradshaw, Cheney, Dyer, Eddy, Fitzjohn, Kent, O'Rourke and Morris. Are there any other apologies? No? Thank you very much.
Councillor Gollop will be late but will be coming.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Weston. Item 3, declarations of interest. Please can I ask whether any councillors have any interest to declare regarding the items on today's agenda? No? Okay, thank you. Moving on to agenda item 4, minutes of the previous meeting. I move that the minutes of the previous meeting of full council held on the 31st of October 2023 be agreed as a correct record. Do I have a seconder?
I second those minutes, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much. Can I take it that the minutes are agreed? Thanks very much. We got there eventually. Thank you. Agenda item 5, Lord Mayor's business. I would like to propose at this point a minute's silence to remember all those affected by conflict around the world. We now move on to agenda item 6, which is a public forum. Now, due to the cancellation of the November meeting, 45 minutes will be allowed for this item instead of 30, which is split into 20 minutes for petitions and statements and 25 minutes for questions. This will give us additional time to hear from both November and December public forum submissions. Details of the petitions, statements and questions received have been published on our website. I'll go through the list, calling on those that have indicated they plan to attend the meeting. Speakers are asked to pay attention to the traffic lights on the dais and to start to wrap up when the lights turn to amber and to stop when the lights turn red. There was one public forum petition received for this meeting. okay. There were a total of 40 public statements received. A list will be displayed on the screen. 23 members of the public indicated that they plan to attend and speak to their statements. They are displayed on the screen and we will run through those statements in order, dividing allotted time between November and December submissions. I'll invite each person to speak for 1 minute. Please summarise your statement rather than read it out, and bear in mind that they were published for councillors, the mayor and the public to read in advance of the meeting. Okay. First, do we have the Barton House Tenants Association? Thank you.
Working? Check, yeah. Yeah, my name's John Wisby. I'm speaking on behalf of the tenants of Barton House. We, the tenants of Barton House, feel have, over the past few weeks, had quite a traumatic experience of it. We've been evacuated from our homes with a few hours' notice, and face a dark and uncertain future. Although we think we have addressed these issues with fortitude, courage and unity. We are a community, a diverse community from many different backgrounds. We have many ages, many religions and none. We are doctors, we are the nurses, we are the people that make the society run. We are the epitome of what modern British society is striving for. We ask that our wish to remain together as a community, either in Barton House if possible, or if not within the area of Barton Hill, be respected by the council when they make the difficult decisions that are coming up at the end of the week. And finally, we'd like to point out the reason why Barton House is bright orange. 20 years ago, the Community at Heart redevelopment scheme earmarked the block for demolition. We successfully, as a community, opposed the demolition and saved the block. And when we were asked for a colour scheme, we chose bright orange and yellow so it shines out across the city skyline. It has now become an important part of Bristol skyline, and it shows a community that is united, strong, together and supportive. There's a lot more in this statement, but if you've all been, it's available for reading, and it is available online as well. So I thank the council for their time, and please, if possible, save our community.
Thank you very much, and obviously we allowed you the extra time because it's so important that you get to be heard. So I'm going to move on now to November statements. We have one, PP01, the Bristol Allotments Forum, the hosepipe ban. Is the speaker here? No? Okay. Sorry, my mistake. Okay, you have 1 minute to speak to your statement.
The average utilities cost for allotments over the last 5 years was £49,000 per annum, most of which we are advised is for water. We are also informed that allotments also need to reduce costs in the coming year by £55,000. Bristol allotments have the potential to save 1.6 million litres of rainwater at any one time. Currently, there is no incentive or legislation for plot holders to do so. We would like to ask that allotment officers and a cabinet member meet with a delegation of plot holders to discuss a positive way forward of hosepipe usage on allotments, which, combined with rainwater saving, seeks overall to reduce mains water consumption and costs.
Thank you very much. Moving on to PSO4, Karen Self. No? Okay, moving on to Sean Ellis Thomas. A question on the Values and Ethics Committee.
Hi, I'm here today to draw further attention to the Member Code of Conduct and the failure of the procedures behind it. In a report submitted to the V&E Committee on the 25th of September, as of the 25th of August, there had been 13 complaints received. Since then, there have been a further 3 more complaints. So in a period of 12 months, 16 complaints had been received, with 50% of them being about a single member. None of these complaints was upheld by the monitoring officer, but more worrying is that an FOI request has uncovered that not one single complaint has been upheld for the last 6 years, nor have these results been submitted to the relevant committee. If the members of this chamber are not concerned about these statistics, then you are not paying attention. Stats that should be indicating a red flag are being completely ignored, thus enabling and encouraging further bad behaviour. Without a robust...
Sorry, could you just finish up, please?
Yeah,
Thank you.
without a robust procedures behind it, any member code of conduct is purely lip service. We are asking you all to care more, question more, and do more.
Thank you. I now go on to PSO 8, Hanin Adi from the Eastern Jamia Mosque.
To the Bristol City Council, my name is Haneen Adi and I'm British Palestinian, and I'm here to speak on behalf of Bristol Palestine Alliance. I'm here to talk about the ongoing genocide and ethnic cleansing in Palestine. Over 23,000 people have been killed in the last 60 days, of whom are children. Over 2 million people have been displaced. In a spirit of unity and solidarity with all the affected parties, we propose that the Bristol City Council be illuminated in the colours of the Palestinian flag, following the display of the Israeli flag. We gather here today to work together and call for a permanent ceasefire, but not only that, but also to address the humanitarian needs to those who are injured and under the rubble. We finally would like to extend an invite to all our councillors and our Mayor Marvin Rees to attend the march this Saturday in solidarity with the people of Gaza. Thank you.
Thank you, and very well said. Okay, moving on now to PSO 9, Chris Johnson, East Bristol, Liverpool neighbourhood.
There's not a lot more to add to this, really, but it would appear that the administration is trying to be somewhat dishonest with the people of East Bristol regarding this upcoming scheme. Since the start of the summer, through a number of channels and on a number of occasions, the administration has committed to a full consultation, and now in recent weeks it seems that is being switched to the opportunity to object to the traffic regulation orders which will close the roads. So really it's just a case of, I think the administration needs to honour its word, stand by its word, and do a full consultation with the people of East Bristol.
Thank you, Chris. Moving on now to PS10, Norm Zahn, 15-minute cities.
Thank you. This is a subject that's quite close to my heart because it involves my home. This is my streets, and when I hear about roads being closed, it upsets me, the layout of the city changing, and I'm wondering what this is all about and why. And I'd like to ask you to ask why these things are happening, and do you think that the World Economic Forum 2030 agenda for sustainable development is not something that you are involved in implementing in Bristol? I believe that this is doing harm to the people of Bristol. And if you are responsible, can you take responsibility and say, I won't be involved in this. The administration, whoever they are, who is responsible for changing the layout of Bristol.
Sorry, Norman, could you wrap up, please?
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you very much. Moving on to PS 11, Leslie Powell, Code of Conduct Complaints.
My very personal and painful experience of the Code of Conduct complaints process is that it is woefully lacking and completely disrespectful and dismissive of the honesty, intellect, and the emotional turmoil that the complainant may have suffered. It falls short of even being lip service, with members of the public, singly or in groups via committees, left terrified of being the subject of further targeting, and indeed being so. Because the councillor has been emboldened by the decision to find in their favour, even publicly bragging about the outcome in published material. No investigation of the facts, no interview, no follow-up, nothing. Just a poorly written excuse of a refusal. Too late, too similar to another complaint. Vexatious. The councillor denies it all, and that's it. Complaint over, no appeal, no transparency, no consideration of the
Can you
complainant's
just wrap up
suffering
now, please? Sorry.
over a sustained amount of time. No code of conduct complaints upheld in 6 years. Something has to be wrong, but apparently not.
Thank you. Moving on to PS 12, and I don't know if there's a second person who wants to speak to this. There is. There you go.
Thank you, Chair. Just to emphasise a few of the key points. The ban exposes many allotment holders to unnecessary manual handling risks. There is no scientific basis for the ban. None of the main authorities advocate such a ban, and the National Allotment Society believe that Bristol City Council may be exceeding its own legal authority. The Council's own risk assessments reject such a ban for filling water butts or moving harvested rainwater. The Equalities Assessment identifies a negative impact on many plot holders. Those responsible for the ban are refusing to engage with us, and we regard this as totally unacceptable behaviour. The Allotments Forum wishes to engage positively with the Council to promote and encourage rainwater harvesting. The ban is wholly without foundation or justification and is impeding efforts to be proactive in water and cost saving, and we call upon you to reverse it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Moving on to PS 14, Mubashir Chowdhury.
Thank you very much for giving the time. I would say Bristol always stands on the right side of the history. Bristol always played a lead role in supporting war zone victims. To show solidarity with innocent civilians died in Israel, without any protocol, without anything, our own mayor, Marvin Rees, lit the city hall with Israeli color. And then after we've seen such a massacre, after we have seen the ambulances being targeted, hospitals being targeted, civilians, children being targeted, 20,000 people died. And we need to go through all those process of getting the signatures from the public. And I don't know today what will happen here, what you guys will decide. But literally, the democracy is unquestioned right now. You guys have the democratic right to pass this petition. And then we'll leave this democratic process to decide whether the democracy matters, whether the public matters, whether all the human matters, because we are here to stand for Palestinian, we are here to stand for the democracy, and we want to see whose voice matters today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We've now exceeded the 10 minutes for the November statement, so we'll move on to the December statements. And PS01 I have there is... Sorry, please, can we carry on? We'll get more questions in if we don't have interruptions. Rana Basharat Ali Khan, please.
Mayor,
Thank you, Rana. Thank you very much. Can you please stop? Thank you.
Dear Mayor, member of the Cabinet and Honorable Councillor, I hope this message find you well. I'm Rana Basharat Ali Khan, Chairman for International Human Rights Movement and Bristol for Palestine Group, and passionate advocate for humanity. I urge you today to request, please join us regardless your color, religion or culture. We stand for humanity. We stand for a justice. People of Palestine are human. They are treating worse than an animal by the international community. We stand for justice, for peace, for humanity. Please join us and raise your voice. More than 16,000 people die in Palestine. They are a human. We need you to come with us and stay with us for humanity, regardless your political or personal affiliation or your color, skin or your religion. Free Palestine. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rana. Okay, moving on to PSO2. Robin Hambleton, Send Alliance for St Christopher's.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Good afternoon, councillors. I've seen a lot of nodding heads to the various statements that have been made here, and that's very encouraging. My question, or rather my statement, is on behalf of the Send Alliance for St Christopher's in Westbury Park. We're a group of citizens and charities set up to ensure that the site of this much-loved residential special school becomes an asset of community value. Consistent with Bristol City Council's policies, this land is a special school, it's an educational use, and we think it can be an educational use for SEND youngsters in the future as well, including providing affordable housing and other benefits. I'd make 3 points. Firstly, Lord Mayor, I'd like to thank councillors from all political parties represented in this chamber for already supporting this ACV bid. Thank you very much. For other councillors, just to let you know, we submitted the bid yesterday to the Community Right to Bid team.
Sorry, Robin, can you wrap up?
Yes, and my final point is to say, please welcome and support this application for an asset of community value. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Moving on to PSO3, Rachel Fagan.
Thank you. Good afternoon. What this city needs is arts funding to be allocated and spent wisely and transparently. Arts and culture funding decisions should be made working with other funding bodies so that the money goes further, making more opportunities for workers and cultural experiences for the people who live here. And if a head of culture was in place, they would definitely tell you that. Now, transparent means just that. Everyone has the same knowledge. Currently, the City Council will not release who made the funding decisions and what criteria was used. So, unfortunately, I reject the comments Councillor Asher made in the Cabinet meeting when these decisions were pushed through to the full Council. This is not a transparent process. Please do not repeat the same mistakes. Stop and think about rash decisions and the consequences for the next 4 years on the creative workforce and opportunities for collaboration with other arts funders you are wasting. This mess was caused by the Mayor's office. Do not be a party to this mess of a solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to PSO4, Tina Legg, call for a ceasefire in Gaza. No? Okay. The next one is Nigel Varley on Gilton House in Brislington, PSO6.
Yes, I'm a tenant at Gilton House, which is a block of 46 flats in Brislington, supported housing for the over 60s. For anybody driving along the Bath Road, you'd have seen we've been undergoing major renovation works for the past year and a half. And that's now included removing the cladding, which was off by last April. The only trouble is the cladding has not been put back. the insulating cladding. As a result, we're living in freezing cold flats and having to pay a fortune in extra heating costs to keep warm. The whole project has been dogged by unnecessary delays. It could have been finished now. We've put in a formal complaint and appealed, which has been rejected. And we've been told that there is no fault on behalf of the council that it's been delayed so long. And any claim that we might want for compensation for our extra heating costs is a political decision, which is why I'm coming to you, because it's a decision that you have to make. We believe that the City Council now is in breach of both decent housing legislation, its duty of care.
Can you just
most
wrap up,
important
please,
of all,
Nigel?
equalities legislation, which means you should have taken care of the old people living there.
Thank you very much. Moving on to PS 13, Anita Bennett. St Christopher's School is an asset of community value.
Hi, I want to echo what Robin Hamilton said and to thank everybody who has supported so far our bid for an asset for community value, and simply wanted to say that it's a win-win situation for this city. St. Christopher's was a beacon of hope around the country and in Bristol for families with learning disabled children. All we're asking is that we apply fair standards to judging a special school and agree that it is an asset of community value. Hundreds of people, thousands of people volunteered, worked there, were trained there, and all we're asking is to be treated fairly and equally and not judged by standards of a mainstream school, because for a special school, you have to have a wider catchment area because some of those children there had 3 to 1, and you're not going to find the same number of children needing 3 to 1 simply in a local area like Westbury Park. So thank you all, and I really hope this is something we can all unite around today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next question, PS 14, we have from Vari. Is she in the house? No? Didn't think so. Okay, next one is PS 17, Martin Garrett, public transport. Okay. PS 18, Helen Hughes, East Bristol livable neighbourhood, cleaning the air, improving road safety and net zero.
Yes, good afternoon. I'm just really puzzled by the policies that are going to be tried out in East Bristol with livable neighbourhoods. It seems to me that for maybe 100 years now, we have been encouraged in lots of parts of the world to drive cars. Roads have been built, goodness knows how much money's been spent on it. We've been encouraged and funneled into a system where we are reliant on motor transport. And it seems to me that now we're suddenly switching and we want people to stop driving cars, and we want to slightly nudge them into doing that in various ways, which is just like restrictive. I can see, yeah, for me, it just seems that you're not looking at the fact that people drive cars because they have to, they need to get from A to B. They're labelled rat runners when they're just ordinary people, ordinary citizens trying to live their own lives and get to work, get to see the family, go to football matches at the weekend with their kids, do all these sorts of things. And I'd really appreciate it if the council could be taking all these reasons into account and asking people why they are travelling before they decide to stop them.
Thank you, Ellen. If you could just, sorry. Thank you very much. PS 20 now is Kim Hicks. Proposed cuts to arts and culture.
Having attended last week's cabinet meeting, the terrible pressure on the council to make huge savings is very evident. Nonetheless, the proposed cuts to arts and culture are breathtaking. Heaped on top of the awful mishandling of previous grant applications with no word of an apology, the resulting effect for creatives in Bristol is unsustainable situation with resultant loss of not only innumerable jobs but entire organisations. Before voting on these proposals, please bear in mind the data shows that for every £1 invested in arts and culture, between £3 and £7 is generated back into the wider economy. In other words, for each £1,000 cut, there is a loss to Bristol of between £3,000 and £7,000. In a world where national government policies are driving some local governments to bankruptcy, massive arts cuts do not make financial sense. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That concludes the statements received for November and December. We will now move to the public questions received. Now, the questions received have been published on the website and are shared on screen now. 44 questions were received from members of the public, and 22 of those have indicated that they wish to attend. We will try to cover as many questions as possible in the 25 minutes available. It may not be possible for everyone to speak, so we ask for your patience as we run through the questions in order. When I call on you, please read your question out and we will try to show the question on the screen. The Mayor will reply verbally. Okay. Following the response from the Mayor, you will be invited to ask a supplementary question. Do we have Dan Aykroyd here? No. Okay, PQ04, we have Mike Oldreeve. PQ05, we have Jenny Harrison. The food sustainability motion.
Good afternoon, councillors. My question is to Marley Bennett, Cabinet Member for Climate. In September, a Labour councillor spoke with our plant-based councils team and said that they'd consider developing a cross-party motion surrounding plant-based climate solutions. Animal agriculture is a leading cause of climate change, so councils who've declared a climate emergency have a responsibility to take action. For example, by introducing 100% plant-based catering in their internal meetings and events, and by promoting plant-based eating to residents. Labour's current tabled motion is comparatively limited, so my question is, would you please meet with the Green Party in order to establish a more ambitious motion that can be prioritised? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
If the Greens want to send us contributions to a motion, we'd be pleased to receive them.
Thank you. Did you have a supplementary question?
This time, no, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, moving on to Keith Farley, PQ09. Is Keith here? Brilliant.
What is the justification for the council to refuse the disclosure of data via Freedom of Information requests about the appointment of the independent person other than their names, such as the number of independent persons in post, their date of appointment, who appointed them, and whether or not they were appointed in conjunction with Section 28 of the Localism Act of 2011.
Thank you.
Thanks. So we've had these questions covered at the Values and Ethics Committee. The administration itself has no responsibility for this area. It's part of Democratic Services role, and it's not an executive function. So it's not something I can or should comment on. So these questions need to be resubmitted to the Values and Ethics Committee, where both the monitoring officer and the cross-party committee responsible can respond.
Thank you, Maurice. Do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, I do. The fact that there hasn't been an independent person in post, as far as we know, since 2016, how have complaints been dealt with in conjunction with the guidance in this matter?
As I just said, it's not actually a function of the mayor to deal with that, and it would be problematic if it was. It's about the monitoring officer and the cross-party committee of councillors to do that. So the question is better directed to the appropriate place.
Thank you. Moving on to PQ10 is Leslie Powell.
I think you're going to answer very similar to my question. Is it about exactly the same thing? But if the ratification of the independent person is being brought here, and the questions are not being answered appropriately at the Value and Ethics Committee because the Value and Ethics Committee are not getting the relevant information. We've evidenced that, and it's taken the public to expose the fact that the appointment of the IPs has not gone through the followed due process.
So just again, it's not something that's within my power. But if I just play this out, so I understand, because there's a couple of sources of behaviour in the chamber that I've had concerns about. We've had councillors lead people into storm meetings, leading to some of our members of staff feeling pilloried on social media. We've had other councillors being rude to residents. But for me to set that process up and run it and be responsible for it would be a challenge for the health of the organisation. So it isn't actually my responsibility, but the Values Committee I referenced earlier on would be the place to take that, and it's the responsibility of the cross-party group of councillors to make sure that process runs in the way that it should.
Thank you, Marvin. Do you have a supplementary question?
Well, following on from that, how is this chamber going to make, or how are you going to make a decision on the ratification of the independent persons that are being asked for ratification today? If the Values and Ethics Committee don't have the information and they haven't had a report and haven't made a recommendation to you, if you're saying that nothing comes through this chamber, why are you being asked for ratification?
No, nothing comes from me in here. The people who are part of that are in the chamber, and working with the monitoring officer will sort that process out. But it's not my role, and it wouldn't be right for it to be my role as a mayor to set up, design and shape that process. But if you take it to the relevant committee with the monitoring officer, then that committee can make the decisions on how they want that to run and address the concerns you have. And as I shared at the beginning, I've seen things happen here, but it's ongoing. Even a recent planning meeting, I think some of the behaviour was appalling. So we have concerns too, but it's just not something that's within my power to tackle, and neither should it be.
Thank you. Moving on to PQ11, Rail Future Sevenside. Do we have them here? Oh, it's you, David. Okay.
So my first part of the question really is to ask what progress we're making on the mass transit system, because we need to make progress on a mass transit system. And the second bit of the question is about the transport levy, which of course will pay WECA for bus services, which are desperately needed in this city, mass transit, rail services, ferries. That's the way we fund WECA for transport. So I think I'd just like to know what progress is being made on that particular topic, and particularly on the transport levy, which is dear to everybody's heart, including some of the poorest communities in the city region.
Oh, you merged your two questions into one there, Dave, so I'll do the first one. Progress on mass transit. Well, I think you may have been there. On October the 6th, the Combined Authority meeting, we had what looked like progress. We had all the Combined Authority officers, we had the monitoring officer, we had the business community, chair of the LEP, we had our neighbouring, all local authority leads, all supporting us taking forward the option that included a mass transit system with underground included. Unfortunately, at that meeting, the Metro Mayor voted against that, which meant that none of the three papers that were presented to us went forward. And so we can probably best describe it as hanging by a thread. I think that I think the real energy for that solution is coming from my office. And so I anticipate that if things are not progressed by May, it will no longer be an option for us. I just reiterate, we need a system that it will tell you what it needs to be. It needs to be segregated. It needs to generate modal shift. It needs to be affordable, and it needs to serve the areas of greatest density. You cannot have a segregated system. Well, just role play it in your own mind. If you have a system that is going to serve Gloucester Road above ground. It needs 22 metres of road to go both directions. You have to start CPO in buildings up and down Gloucester Road, and you have 2 years of closure while that system's put in place. So you also have to start to deal with the utilities. So when you combine the need to close major roads, Gloucester Road, Church Road, St Luke's Road, the need to move utilities and CPO buildings to put it in place, if there is not an underground element, I do not see a councillor in the city signing off that approach to our mass transit system. So I think the stakes are incredibly high at this time, but it's hanging by a thread. In terms of the levy that we pay to the West of England, it's already agreed at specific levels, and we do provide this funding to the Combined Authority each year. The Combined Authority agree how the spend is used to fund services appropriately in discussion with the unitary authorities. The BSIP funding is governed separately, and WECA lead discussions on the BSIP funding on behalf of the unitary authorities, and we're in discussions with WECA at present as to how best to use this funding as the scheme progresses. So we're working closely with the leaders of Bain, South Gloucestershire and North Somerset councils, as well as leaders from the business community, to find a solution. But ultimately, we need the Combined Authority to fulfil its role as a regional lead for this project.
Thank you, Mayor. David, did you have a supplementary question?
I did. I think my first supplementary question really is, in view of the importance to the city region and all the passenger groups support it, how are we really going to... We actually had the Infrastructure Commission come out in favour of it as well, a mass transit system for the city region. We've got tunnels all over the city. The Severn Beach line goes under Clifton, in case that upsets a few people in this room. There's tunnels, every mass transit system has tunnels within it. So how are we going to make progress? And my second point, I suppose, I'm going to ask it. On the CAS money, we need more money for the transport levy. The Mayor will tell you that, Metro Mayor. So can we please look at the CAS money towards improving the bus services? Because it's actually ring-fenced by the DFT what we can spend it on. I know Sustainable Transport support that as well, but we particularly would like that money spent on bus services. I think most councillors in this room would support us, and most... the poorest members of society in Ashton Vale, Albury Court, Stapleton, Brislington, the Dings, everywhere, Southmead, Westbury-on-Trim. I got every councillor in the room would want those bus services improved. So perhaps we can look at that as well. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, David. And it's good not to have a view of your hospital meal right now and to see you in the chamber. I hope you're doing a little bit better.
No, thanks, Dave. And again, we've from the beginning, we've talked about transport as a key tool of economic inclusion, political inclusion. The entrenched inequalities in the city are not just about skills, they're all about geographical location and people being locked out by an expensive, uncertain transport offering. The low level of resilience of our existing public transport network has been shown repeatedly. So we need a wholesale shift on offer as to how we get around. And it is appreciated you mentioned the National Infrastructure Commission, because they singled out Bristol along with Leeds, Birmingham and Manchester as one of 4 cities that should go ahead to get a mass transit system, and recommended that we get a share of £20 billion to progress that. And it is striking the level of ambition and confidence that there is in Bristol to have the best at that national level, along with the drive that's happening within this administration, is not matched too often by people in the chamber or around us, and that's a real shame. Unless we get that alignment around that desire and that commitment to deliver the best for Bristol, we simply won't get it, because the investors will go where the political appetite will drive delivery. They will not go where they have to deal with nonsense. So they'll go to Manchester, they'll go to Birmingham, they'll go to Leeds. So it is generally get this done or get nothing.
Thanks, Mayor. Moving on now to the Bristol Disabilities Equalities. Yeah. Apologies, we've just run out of time for the November questions. We'll have to move on to the December questions. But obviously anyone who submitted a question will get a written response. December questions. PQ01, Rachel Fagan, arts funding.
Thank you. Yes. My first question was, can the Mayor confirm the reason for the £75,000 per annum cut from the originator's funding strand compared to the previous budget that was reported in the news on Wednesday, the 29th of November, please?
We'd have to cross-check where you've got that reference because we don't, well, we'd have to check where they got the reference then because there's no funding cut this year from the cultural investment programme.
Thank you. Thank you. It is a cut from a previous year though, isn't it? So they're right to report it even though it was from a different year, that cut. Is that right?
Well, we've had money remaining from the 22-23 budget. And the unspent remaining of £202,000 rounded up from 23-24 will be carried over to 24-25 and spent across imagination and originators strands.
Thank you. Sorry, could you just beg your pardon? Because that was my second question about how much money earmarked for cultural funding was unspent, unawarded. Could you just repeat those figures? Sorry. Thank you.
Sure, yeah. The money left remaining from no money is left from 2022-23, but the unspent remaining budget of 201,726 from the 23-24 budget will be carried over to 24-25 and will be spent across the imagination and originator strands. But if I can just add a bit of context to the conversation around culture, which Craig did lay out just the other day. One of the points we make repeatedly is that as a local authority, we have no option other than to balance our budget. Unfortunately, we do, but 13 years, 14 years coming on of austerity cannot be experienced without it having very real world consequences. Culture sits in the same financial pot as adult social care and children's services. Everything is competing for that same pot of money. At the moment, we have growing levels of crises in adult social care. We have growing levels of crises in children's services. And in fact, I met with the core city leaders on Friday, the leaders of the 10 biggest cities outside of London. And we all face the same challenges, particularly around mental health and young people at the moment. We have, if I put it into an illustration for you, if we have a £10 budget, we have £4.50 needed for adult social care, £4.50 needed for children's services. That leaves us with £1 to run this organisation, to plan our works on climate change and protecting ecology, to fund culture and all the other things, and libraries and parks and all the other things we want to do. That's the reality of it. I'm really willing to take a strong lobby from culture, but please tell me what area you would shift the financial pressure to release that finances for culture. I also understand the point you make about there being a financial return. We're very aware of that. When we spend our money, we spend it on crisis interventions right here, right now, but that takes away from our ability to spend on prevention, things like public early mental health intervention. That costs us money in the long term. We know that. We know that some of the cuts either forego future income or they increase the likelihood of future costs. But the challenge is it costs money to generate income right now, and we have to balance our budget on an annual basis. We can't balance it over 4 or 5 years. And so one of the questions when we point out the financial return is, over what period of time does that financial return come? Because to spend £100,000 over our budget in year one on the promise that it pays back in 5 years won't work for us. And if we can show that and we end up filing a 114, it just doesn't work.
Thank you.
I didn't get a chance to ask my supplementary question.
Sorry, I thought that was your supplementary question.
No, sorry, it's just a short one. Thank you for those comments, Mayor. My question is the Council voting on the recommendations of the independent panel at this meeting today? And if not today, when is that going to happen?
No, it's with the panel and then a cabinet decision. It's not a vote in this chamber, no. Yeah.
Thank you. Moving on to PQ05, Stephen Williams, Canford Lane. Please, none of that. Can you stop that, please? This is not acceptable. If you carry on, I will adjourn the meeting.
quite a straightforward and simple one. What is the timetable for the installation of the long promised crossing on Canford Lane?
And I'm sorry you've had that abuse. Can you please, sorry, if you don't stop, you will be ejected. Okay, we will now adjourn the meeting for 5 minutes.
We're just going to tell security to take him out. We're going to reject him. Yeah, we need to tell security and security.
Okay.
Tell him. It's okay, you don't. We've got it.
Yeah. Okay, as I said, we're going to adjourn this meeting until the disruption is resolved.
And an update will be provided to councillors shortly on the position of all local area committee schemes. Just by way of background, Stephen, the design work has been completed. It was submitted to contractors, but they declined because of the increasing cost of material prices caused by inflation compared to the prices that we were able to offer. So we've brought it back in-house. The project will be reissued to contractors with a new price in February 2024. And obviously then we'll need a contractor to come forward and accept the work, and then we'll be in a position to schedule that in.
Thank you. Stephen, do you have a supplementary question?
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Mayor Rees, for your informative answer. I heard what you were saying earlier in response to Dave Redgewell's questions about major infrastructure, and we all share your ambition on that. But I think the confidence of the Bristol public will be increased if actually quite minor pieces of infrastructure were done on a timely basis. You can't have anything more basic than a zebra crossing. So I hope you'll use your influence, Mayor Rees, to expedite this project as swiftly as you can.
So I was aware of the kind of intensity at the moment around you right now, but if we want to go there, look, I've said to a former colleague of yours in the Conservative Party earlier on, to raise issues at the local authority level that are to do with local government finance, that has consequences not just for the delivery of service, but the backroom capacity to get homes built, to get infrastructure delivered, to have safety measures in place when you were actually in the government that drove austerity into this country is a little bit rich, to be perfectly frank. One of the unseen costs of austerity is not just about public toilets and parks and libraries, it's about the loss of lawyers, planners, project managers, all those people who actually keep the machinery of a place moving. And that's been hit untold. And as I shared earlier on, I was in a call with Core City leaders on Fridays. We chair Core Cities UK, and we're all facing the same change. We're trying to deliver for our people, but our capacity to deliver has been severely undermined over the last 13, coming on 14 years. So to be a true champion for Bristol, I would have suggested you should have done that when you were in government.
Okay, moving on to PQ09, Mark Ashdown, Local Government Acts. Stephen, he's that one. I think, Stephen, you've had your supplementary question.
There were two questions.
Okay. Okay, apparently you have one more supplementary question.
Sorry, it's not supplementary. I haven't heard the answer to the second, which is actually, in fact, the main question. And this is something I was responsible for when I was a minister, the Localism Act and the rollout of assets of community value. And this relates to the St. Christopher's questions and statements that were put earlier. What criteria does the council apply when deciding whether or not to grant an asset of community value status on receiving an application from the community?
So we can only apply the criteria that's set out in the Localism Act of 2011 when considering a nomination for a property to be added to the list of assets of community value. We don't have discretion in this process and cannot apply other criteria in reaching that decision.
Well, Mayor, thank you. Thank the Mayor for his answer. That is indeed.
Yeah, thank you, Stephen. That's enough now, please. Moving on to PQ09, Mark Ashdown, the Local Government Act. No, okay, moving on to Jack Slater, plant-based motion, PQ11.
Thank you very much. In recognition of our short time, I will provide a brief preface of my question. You can see on the screen. Recently at COP28 at the climate meeting, we had our first international statement that food systems are absolutely central to fighting the climate crisis. In light of this, does the Mayor believe that the current attention that the Council provides to its food systems are sufficient in light of the urgency of the climate crisis and the centrality of food systems and food system change in fighting said crisis?
Well, at the moment, to be perfectly frank, we pay attention to a lot of crises in Bristol, food being one of them on a diminishing budget in the face of increasingly intense challenges. So it is one of the crises that we look at. But we are committing resources to making our food systems more sustainable. We've committed to having food growing in wards across the city. We had our team, as part of the Bloomberg programme, looking at food waste and food sustainability and tackling nutritional and food poverty around the city as well. But as you're so committed to COP, I'm sure you'll be pleased to know, as I was at COP last week, just how many cities around the world are looking to what we've done with Bristol City Leap. It's being held up as the example of how we get ahead of urbanisation, which is going to be where the battle against climate change will be won or lost. That blend of public-private finance that we now have in Bristol that's going to take 150,000 tonnes of emissions out of our system over the next 5 years, generate 1,000 jobs as well to make sure we are delivering the just transition. So we'll do what we can, on food as we do, in line with our ecological emergency strategy as well with our city partners. But we are, I think even the co-leader of the Green Party was recently on LinkedIn boasting about our record on environment in Bristol. We are a city that's leading the national and international way.
Thank you. Jack, do you have a supplementary?
Yes, I do, yes. A very quick supplementary question, which is that in light of all the enormous success you've just listed, do you not agree that a failure to commit to a plant-based commitment for the council is a gap or a missed opportunity?
Well, to tackle the keeping 1.5 alive, as the phrase is flying around now, it takes more than turning everyone into vegetarians and vegans and driving them to a plant-based diet. It's about, I think one of the biggest determinants of the price the planet will pay for hosting us in our growing numbers will actually be the kind of homes we build and where we build them. So actually one of the things you want to do is advocate for centrally based brownfield site housing at higher density, building out the drive for energy use in our future lifestyle. So it's one factor, among many. And I think there is a little bit of a challenge when the council starts, going out and telling people how to eat as well. We will support a healthy diet. We do a lot of work with food charities around the city. Ellie King's one of the people on the front end of this, and you'd be welcome to contribute to that work.
Thank you. We're really running out of time, but I'm determined to take one question on Barton House. So I'll go to question PQ12, Sally Roberts.
Are they able to go home for Christmas or not?
So the investigations into the exact structural state of Barton House are being finalised as we speak. The survey results do require some more analysis, and it's on that basis of that we'll be able to make decisions about what they tell us, and that will be our officers working with the engineers, and obviously we'll need to work with the fire service as well with an assessment of the safety of the building. In the meantime, what we will do is do our best to support people in the circumstances that you now find yourself, being at a hotel or staying with friends and family. But we cannot sign off moving people back into the building until we are absolutely sure that that building is safe. And in light of the kind of the shouting we had earlier on about Grenfell, we're not prepared to roll the dice and take that risk with Bristol residents.
Okay. Sally, do you want to ask your second question now?
What are you going to do about the lack of healthy berry food for the people dietaries at your holiday inn? Because there's a guy down there. You eat the.
Sorry, we can't hear the question.
What are going to do about the lack of healthy berry food for people dietary needs at the holiday inn? Like, there's a guy down there who got a sonar bag who he can't eat nothing down there because he's ill. He's got a very diet of something, and the hotel is not binding diets for any of the ones who got dietary conditions or autistic children needs. Now hurry up and do something about it. Shame on you!
Okay, can we listen to what the mayor's got to say?
Yeah. If there are any issues with the food at the hotel, we have our housing officers there. We can raise it with them. But I'll talk to the manager as well, and just to make sure that he's constantly monitoring the appropriateness of the food. They've been very responsive to date. We took some we took some. Well,
Can we just listen to the answer? Thank you. Can we just listen to the answer, please? If people are talking, we won't be able to hear the answer. That's it, and I'll declare the end of public questions. Can we just have a bit of quiet so the Mayor can answer the question? Okay, we're not going to tolerate this, so we're going to adjourn the meeting now. It's the end of the public questions anyway. Can we clear the room now, please? The meeting is adjourned. If you'd like to leave, councillors. thank you for coming back. We'll do my first council meeting back from my illness too. Okay, so we're going to keep the running order at the moment the same as it is. So we're now moving on to petitions notified by councillors. There's been one councillor petition received for this meeting. Councillors are invited to speak for 1 minute. So Zoe, would you like to present the petition?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Our petition on the Israel-Gaza conflict has been signed by 4,859 verified Bristol signatories, showing the strength of feeling of Bristol on this issue. The petition calls for an immediate ceasefire and lifting of the siege to end the humanitarian disaster in Gaza, and for Bristol's political representatives to add their voices to this call and to push towards a just political settlement. Also, a minute's silence at full council to commemorate all those killed in the atrocities, and for City Hall to be lit up in Palestinian colours to express empathy for those who've lost their lives or been injured. It shouldn't require a petition to be brought for these things to happen. We're glad that a minute's silence was held earlier, and thank you for that. We believe that the other petition requests should not be controversial either, and we would like to ask all here to support this petition when it is debated on the 9th of January if the demands have not been acted already. Unfortunately, as a result of how the genocide in Gaza and our response to it has been treated by the National Labour Party and some of those in the local Labour group, I'm resigning from the Labour Party today. Free Palestine, free Gaza, ceasefire now.
Thank you, Zoe. Okay, moving on to agenda item 8, petition debate, Bristol's planning system. This petition has reached the 3,500 signatures threshold to qualify for a full council debate. 20 minutes is the maximum time limit allowed for this item. The petition organiser will be permitted up to 5 minutes to present the petition and its objectives. We will then proceed to the councillor debate. I will also ask the Mayor or relevant Cabinet member to respond at the end of the debate. As a reminder, this is not an interactive discussion involving the public. The issues raised in the petition and the comments of members during the debate will be referred to the Mayor and the relevant Cabinet member for a response. The petition organiser is Suzanne Audrey. Please may I ask Suzanne to present the petition.
Right, thank you. So, this petition, I'm watching people signing Christmas cards in front of me, but you are listening, right? This petition is about lack of confidence in Bristol's planning process. I've only got time to raise 4 broad issues and refer to some examples. I hope the Mayor and Councillors will also take public forum statements into account. The first concern relates to excessive lobbying and improper influence. When Mayor Rees accepted an all-expenses-paid trip to Kuala Lumpur from YTL in 2017 and then cancelled Bristol's city centre arena, there were concerns about improper influence. And concerns about excessive lobbying have continued, particularly in relation to major sites. Recently, the Broadwalk scandal revealed collusion between the developer, the Mayor's office and Development Control Committee chair to overturn a unanimous decision to refuse planning permission. That was DCA. Party political interference is the second concern. The Local Government Association guidance is clear. Planning decisions must not be made on party political basis, and the use of political whips to influence the outcome.
Suzanne, could I just pause you for a minute? Just as a point of order. What you've said about collusion can be taken as defamatory, so I would just advise you to choose your words carefully. You don't want to get yourself into trouble.
No, although I don't mind going to prison for saying that one. The Local Government Association guidance is clear. Planning decisions must not be made on a party political basis, and the use of political whips to influence the outcome of a planning application amounts to maladministration. But observations of planning committee meetings suggest that some councillors are being influenced to vote on a predetermined party political basis. And party political behaviour was evident when councillors on Development Control Committee B announced recently, as a party group rather than as individuals, that they would not be attending meetings. Next, the selective application of policies. The Urban Living Supplementary Planning document looked promising when it was first published, but it was immediately undermined when approval was granted for the tower block development at Totterdown Bridge, breaching the SPD. Similarly, the Mead Street development brief was undermined when the proposal for the former Bart Spices site was approved against the officer's recommendation. Policies relating to ecology and biodiversity are also subverted. Examples include the sale of Brislington Meadows to Homes England, permitting harm to the ancient hedgerow and site of nature conservation interest at Yew Tree Farm, and accepting dubious biodiversity net gain calculations. Much of this is justified as addressing the housing crisis, but the provision of truly affordable housing has been disappointing, and we should not undermine good planning policy in the name of getting stuff done. The fourth concern relates to misrepresentation and even bullying. Members of the public are being misrepresented, and people with legitimate objections to development proposals are being characterised as anti-housing campaigners and self-styled environmentalists. And councillors are also being undermined. Some of this may be passed off as political banter, but it shouldn't be part of the planning process. And it seems to be becoming increasingly unpleasant. I was shocked when the Cabinet Member for Housing Delivery, supported by the Mayor's Office, seemed to be encouraging the anger of football fans against a councillor who asked that proposals for Bristol Rovers' new stand be considered by a planning committee. Surely Bristol deserves better. So in conclusion, I've briefly referred to 4 issues: excessive lobbying and improper influence, party political interference and predetermination, selective application of policies, misrepresentation and bullying. Thousands of people across the city are sufficiently worried to have signed the petition. I've had quite a few emails and I haven't been able to include everything that people want included in this statement. But I think now it's time to hear from councillors about how we can restore trust and confidence in Bristol's planning system. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne. I'd like to ask Councillor Stafford Thompson to speak on behalf of the Green Group. Sorry, I haven't got my glasses on. I do apologise.
That's all right, because there's 2 trouble-making Townsends over here. Okay, so Bristol's planning system is in disarray and dysfunctional, Lord Mayor. It's underfunded, under-resourced and undermined. Officers work hard, but they're undermined by the administration and individuals working within it. We're losing officers faster than we can recruit them. And the increasingly hostile rhetoric means that we've made public comments anonymous to prevent harassment on the planning portal. Greens work to support good planning applications and development, and we support community engagement and consultation that's meaningful and that listens to the concerns of communities. We support homes that are insulated, truly affordable, applications that meet our needs and future challenges in the face of an increasing climate and ecological emergency. And we know it's not an either-or choice. Those Greens on planning committees carefully consider each application on the merits and the material planning considerations. Greens take their obligations seriously, they read applications and they make their own voting choices, and unlike others, they vote accordingly. The Greens are famously unwhipped, and Labour normally attack us for that too. We support the creation of homes, not investments, and we support the right homes in the right places. Applications for much needed affordable housing and social housing sit stuck for months. Small businesses are unable to erect shop signage, individual homeowners are unable to undertake home improvements. Developers appealing for non-determination results in approvals that don't benefit our city, and developers are unable to be sure they can meet their own targets due to delays in starting projects, which is in direct conflict with the Mayor's claims to get stuff done. Although you can get applications done if you're in 6 weeks, if you're the blue team. I have long held that development control committees are the demonstration of councillors working cross-party in a non-partisan manner, informed by their values. Legally, it's how regulatory committees work. That's how we should all be striving to work together for the benefit of our city and our residents. But DCA and DCB are clearly differently run, but they shouldn't be. It's not an easy task to hold off external interference, in B, and also the administration should be supporting the efforts of a chair to ensure that we meet our regulatory obligations and robustly consider our applications. The administration should be working to improve the trust that the city has in the planning department, taking care of our planning officers, members of the public attending, and ensuring areas of concern are rectified. The administration should not be distracting from the situation, distracting with a set of allegations, distracting from one set of allegations by inventing and fabricating allegations as evidenced by eyewitnesses and video evidence to be untrue. Instead, attacking councillors who don't say yes without question. To be clear, this planning chair has never received any official complaints against them, although today shenanigans will probably be by fault by tomorrow. We should hold ourselves to higher account, and just like I do not condone intimidation of officers or councillors, we councillors must not intimidate others, especially diverse ones, from politics or for the public from engagement in democracy. In response to this petition, the Green Councillor Group demands an apology to me as Chair of DCB for most of the recent politically motivated allegations. More importantly, an apology to the members of the public falsely accused of abuse. And most importantly...
Can you wrap up, please, Annie? Thanks.
Oh, well, most importantly of all, we demand an apology to the people of Bristol for whom you've been elected to serve and have repeatedly let down in every possible way, because Bristol deserves better.
Thank you. Councillor Renard, on behalf of the Labour Group.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. We're here today to discuss a very important topic, how our planning system functions and how we all conduct ourselves within it. And we know there are challenges within the planning system, and it feels pertinent to start with setting out why we are where we are. And that's the impact of over a decade of austerity that has had on local government finances. Planning budgets have seen that impact, and the first things to go is often the backroom capacity, so that we can rightly protect frontline services. It's not lawyers, planners, transport officers that people are coming over the hill campaigning to protect resource around, and it has knock-on effects too, particularly for people in desperate need of a new home that are on our waiting list of over 20,000 households. Restrictive resources impact upon the pace of planning. They can impact on community engagement too, leaving some feeling frustrated about decisions that are taken at the Development Control Committees. And as has been said at a recent scrutiny meeting, planning authorities across the country have been struggling for at least a decade in a system which is overcomplicated and under-resourced. It's also not produced enough planners coming out of university. It's about planning officers, it's about transport planners, it's about the drainage engineers, ecologists, urban designers, sustainability officers and others. We need all of those to ensure our system can function. We don't have enough of any of those either, and as a country, we haven't been training enough of those either. We do need to keep in focus the ever-growing housing crisis the country and the city faces. It's a reality that we need to build more homes, particularly homes that are genuinely affordable and for a social rent if we're truly to make inroads. And now I'm going to turn to how people involved in the planning system conduct themselves as well. At the meeting at Development Control Committee B on 29th of November, members of the committee and staff were subject to unacceptable behaviour. The incident, which is subject to an ongoing investigation, left members of the committee... Can we stop, Tom, just for a second? Let's just hear this point of order.
Tom, it would be really handy to not repeat unfounded allegations in this space, please. There were video evidence from the video recording of the DCB, as shown on the council's YouTube video, demonstrates there was nothing that happened within the meeting that was abusive, and nothing happened afterwards, as also demonstrated by eyewitnesses, and the video evidence has also surfaced. So please retract your remarks.
This is a point of order, Chair.
Okay, we're not going to debate whether things happened or not, really. I mean, you have your opinion on what happened. Tom has his. Let's listen.
Hey, look, I'm entitled to my view, and we didn't interrupt you when you spoke.
It's not an opinion, sorry.
So
it is a point of order.
What's an important point is that...
Can we stop jumping in, please, people?
What's an important point is that councillors feel safe doing their jobs, and ultimately councillors on this bench, who are all women, didn't feel safe at DCB. And that can't be sidelined, and it shouldn't be undermined, and people shouldn't be under pressure to withdraw complaints or withdraw statements on the basis of how they felt that meeting was conducted.
There hasn't been a complaint.
No, this is not acceptable. Can we stop jumping in?
There's been a complaint made. There has, because I've got copied into the email of it going to the monitoring officer. So
come on, look.
Well, then a point of order, I'd like Tim to actually confirm this, please, then, because I have not been notified.
this is playground stuff. Can we just stop this?
No, because actually it's a very important issue of defamation that I'm being accused of something that I did not do and was not involved in, and a member of the public did not do. And if there has been a complaint in, which incidentally it is a confidential process, the complaints process, but I have not been notified by the monitoring officer of any complaint against me for an issue that happened allegedly 2 weeks ago. If it was something that happened, that would be a different matter, but you cannot fabricate incidents that did not happen and did not exist.
My councillors did feel unsafe at the meeting.
Can we just say, and I've just conferred with our legal officer, anything about complaints will be dealt with confidentially, and it should not be discussed really in this meeting, and it will be decided by Tim at the end of the day.
Right, can we please just stop for a minute, okay? The attack was on me. It was on my religion. Is that going to be debated now?
With apologies, nobody
like they've said, it is going to be done confidentially.
Except you've
I'm not going to talk about this today, so let him.
Hang on, please, just one person at a time.
Whether we felt safe or not, that's also been discussed, and it will be dealt with appropriately. All Tom has done today is to talk about the issues that are going on in that planning committee. This is not the first planning committee I've sat on, Annie. Okay? How I felt that day, I'm not going to talk about it now, but how I felt that day, right? Literally, we were shaking, okay? And I was going to walk out and just go through the back. No one was leaving the chambers that day. And I got attacked specifically to me because no one else was a Muslim there. I know Councillor Amal was there, but she was quiet, she was sitting down.
Nobody attacked you, and I'm very sorry.
The other members, I even offered them to give them a lift home because they were too scared to walk out of here. But I don't want to go into the details of it.
Look, let's just. This isn't a debate that we need to have in this meeting. You're talking about eyewitnesses. There is an eyewitness. So let's just agree to disagree and get on with this debate, please. Thank you, Tom. Would
Annie,
you like to continue?
Stop her. I was waiting for you to stop her.
Sorry, can we? We need to stop this now.
If you remember, if you actually paid attention, what was there? As soon as the meeting closed, this is very important. As soon as the meeting closed, I got up and I cleared the chamber. I was clearing the chamber. Nobody had the chance to say anything.
I absolutely agree with that, Annie. That's not the debate. But you did not stop her when she started going after me.
We can't have this kind of argument in the chamber. Stop it. This is he said, she said. We can't do this, and it's not benefiting everybody else who wants to get on with the debate. We've already had a major delay to this meeting. Councillor Plowden, what do you have to say?
Can I raise a point of order, please?
Yes, please.
I see nothing in the complaints procedure that says a complaint has to be confidential. But on one hand, we're hearing that any complaint should be kept confidential. Yet
we're not debating the complaints procedure here. We're debating planning. Can we just get on with this? Can we let Councillor Renard please finish his...
Lord Mayor, I'm going to say one more thing. In the speech, we've heard you say that the complaint should be kept confidential, yet in his speech he has mentioned a complaint. That is not reconcilable.
Can you stop now, please? We are not debating complaints here. This is turning into some kind of playground now. Can we just stop? We're no better than the behaviour that was happening earlier that caused us to, adjourn for an hour. So we need to stop this and just get on with this debate. All these things can be taken up afterwards at the appropriate time and with the appropriate people. Tom, please.
So I didn't have much more to go through, but ultimately we've taken the decision to withdraw from Development Control Committee B until further notice. We don't have confidence in how the meetings are being run, and we don't have confidence in the safety of our councillors at the current time that there's enough in place. In order for councillors to carry out their democratic duties, the environment we operate in must be one where we feel safe and able to do that. The responsibility for that lies with all of us, and it especially sits with those who are chairing and attending meetings or in a particular position to influence the culture and the environment the debate takes place in. We won't be withdrawing our statement, and I'm sure all in the chamber would agree due process needs to be followed. Safety concerns must be taken seriously, not sidelined. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Tom. Councillor Weston.
I love it when the Conservative stands up and he's not the controversial one.
This is amazing. Thank you very much, my Lord Mayor. Oh, you want me to be controversial? You wait, it's coming later, don't worry. In regards to the petition, I'll talk to the petition if that's okay. First of all, congratulations on getting the wording. I don't fully share your view. I have confidence in aspects. I think our planning system and the way we do it isn't broken, but I do think it's bruised. And I think one of the problems that we've got is trying to understand the way that councillors work. Councillors on planning committees sit in a quasi-judicial capacity. They have a very, very hard job. When they have to weigh up what's come before them, they look at the legislation, they look at the planning frameworks, they look at the representations, the officers' opinions, site visits, and all the rest of it, and then they have to make a decision based on their best judgment. And it's not hard, and actually, sorry, it's not easy. And sometimes you have to make a decision which you don't like. You don't agree with it, but you have to make it nonetheless. And the classic example for me for this was actually years ago, showing how long I've been here, when we had the incinerator and Avonmouth debate in 2009. The council en masse virtually didn't want it, and we all voted no. And there were a couple of lone voices, including the chair of planning at the time, sort of saying, you can't oppose it, the planning, it'll go through on appeal because every single piece of legislation says it's allowed. Sure enough, it went through on appeal, and we lost a load of money fighting that appeal. You sometimes have to make that decision, and it's a hard one. But of course, the public and ourselves would never make that decision if we had free option, but you still have to make it. And my hat goes off to councillors of all parties that struggle with the conflict between their own ideals and the legislation when they have to make that tough ask. But that does cause problems when the public want to see something different. The planning system as well is also bruised. We have a backlog, as we know, and it is enormous. Luckily, for those of us on Growth and Regen, we have scrutinised this. There are, I think it's 7 new planning apprentices coming in. There's another 2 in January. There are planning officers. It's never going to be as many as we would like, but the backlog is starting to go down, and that is good. The one thing I think we need to turn our eye to, and this is going to planning chairs, planning colleagues, is when the issue comes to planning enforcement. All too often, when we deal with planning applications, we talk about, oh, we can control that through condition. Well, you can, so long as there's an enforcement officer able to go and check the condition and carry out work if the condition is breached. So I think what we're going to need to do is, as the backlog comes down, and the plan is obviously to get to a manageable and sustainable level, and Councillor Petition, you were there during that meeting, is rather than pull resource at that point out of planning once it's hit the equilibrium, look at remobilising that divorce into that enforcement function. Because actually, if we're not controlling the conditions, the planning commission...
Can you just wrap up?
I am, yep. Conditions, then actually that will undermine confidence in our ability to control that planning process. So thank you very much, my Lord Mayor. I'd say bruised, not broken. And I'm not controversial yet.
Okay, on behalf of the Liberal Democrat group, it's Councillor Classic.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. So first off, I would like to thank Suzanne for bringing this petition here today. It's clear that something needs to be done as a council to address the loss of confidence in the planning department that is currently being felt by residents in Bristol. It seems the essence of concern for residents is the belief that the planning system as it stands is failing to deliver an effective impartial service. They have witnessed a lack of consistency in the application of planning considerations and policies. It is crucial to acknowledge that the challenges faced by Bristol City Council's planning system extend beyond the city borders. National shortages in planners and planning staff have undoubtedly contributed to the difficulties faced by our local authorities, as well as a lack of resources within the department hindering our ability to attract top talent with competitive officers. And this is doing the whole department a huge disservice. The burden on these professionals is immense, and it is evidence that they are grappling with limited resources. The petition rightly identifies examples where crucial planning considerations are given in an adequate way or where inconsistencies in their application prevails. Concerns related to loss of light, overshadowing, privacy, design and appearance and more are valid and deserve serious attention. The Chamber should reflect upon the harm caused when residents lose confidence in the impartiality of planning decisions. The repercussions are significant, potentially resulting in long-term, if not irreparable harm to our neighbourhoods. Let us not forget that the challenges faced by our planning system are not isolated but are part of a broader national issue, but we do need greater accountability and improvement on the local level. Let us also advocate for increased resources and comprehensive planning reforms on the national stage. Together, let us work towards a city where planning decisions are transparent, consistent, and made with the long-term well-being of Bristol at heart. This petition debate is not just about identifying problems, but is a collective plea for constructive and sustainable solutions that will shape the future of our city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'd now like to call Councillor Hopkins to speak on behalf of the Knoll Community Party.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yes, I recognise the shortage of staff and the problems that actually causes in that planning applications are not being dealt with as speedily as they should be. It also means that planning officers are under pressure, and I've witnessed myself where they've come under undue and unfair pressure from pressure groups outside this council that have treated them very badly indeed, and that's a matter of concern. I listened to the list of examples that Suzanne gave. The Brislington Meadows, well, I mean, quite frankly, that was a breakdown of trust, not of the planning system, because in actual fact, land was assembled and sold off by this council for development. It wasn't the planning system that did that. We have a good local plan, which we all agreed the other day, that presents the right sort of system of doing things. I'm very glad I wasn't on the burial ground versus farm planning committee, because I wouldn't have wanted to be involved in that. And I'm very glad I'm not a member of a planning committee when you see what actually can happen. The one quick query that I really have over planning decisions in the city was the development on the Bath Road known as the Boatyard, which quite frankly seems to be the wrong building in the wrong place, built in the wrong way. That's very strange, and I'd love detailed explanations of that. I speak about Broadwalk Shopping Centre. We've had lots of noise from residents complaining about this, and people who are not residents of our ward. And the one thing that everyone in this chamber needs to know is that the majority of residents in Knoll actually want the development to go ahead as planned and applied for. And that is very clear. Unfortunately, some people who actually have a very entrenched point of view decided that they weren't allowed that to happen, and they're about to actually take a legal challenge, which could delay things for a considerable period of time. How is that democratic? Which is what I'm asked by the people in our ward who want their shopping centre back. They want the redevelopment, and they're very annoyed about barriers being stuck in the way of it actually happening. I appreciate that the way that the decision came about did not look good. And I would suggest that that's because there was some people who made or are about to make an unwise decision in the first meeting, and then had a very good think about it. And I'm very glad that they did, because quite frankly, without that development, we're left with a derelict shopping centre, and a lot of people are left without the facilities that they desperately need. And let's face it, what is planning for in the long term? It's actually there to give a better quality of life to the people in our city and to look after what they actually want. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gary. Okay, that's the end of the debate. Reece, would you like to respond?
I'm going to shorten it because I did have a few things to say, but I just want to say, Lord Mayor, I just think some of the things said in that debate were outrageous. I think the way the debate was, people participated in it, were outrageous, dismissing the very lived experience of someone in this chamber who's citing feelings of fear, citing something that touches on, and I use that as an understatement, racial and religious issues, hate crime, whatever we want to say. To dismiss that is outrageous. And if we are going to offer an example to the city that is better than the one we saw earlier on, it's no point just saying it and come out with these grand statements and, sitting in positions of respect and expecting, the system to roll around, because, it needs to be modelled. And it was, it was appalling. And we really must do better. As for the city's future, the city needs to be politically led. We need to make decisions about the city, not just have the city land upon us, because there are very specific things we need to get ahead of, particularly on the nature of urbanisation. The kind of homes we build, where we build them, you know, our track record on decarbonisation, protecting nature, tackling inequalities and all the rest of it. And we make no apology for being involved in shaping the city's future.
Thank you. I now ask Council to note the issues raised in the petition, together with the comments of members during the debate at this meeting. This matter will now be referred to the Mayor and relevant Cabinet member for consideration and to issue a response to the petition organiser. So, now, agenda item 9, the Just Transition Declaration. I'd like to call on Kirsty Hammond and Emma Jean to introduce the report as organisers of the declaration.
Thank you for discussing the Just Transition Declaration today and for the opportunity to speak to it during a complicated meeting. The rapidly escalating climate and ecological crises are playing a pivotal role in the tangle of crises pushing the world into an increasingly complicated place. Navigating these changes to create the thriving society that works for everyone means it's absolutely vital that our transition to net zero is just. And it's our belief that the declaration can act as a powerful tool in the work that's needed to facilitate this. When we attended the US Embassy Climate Justice Exchange last year, it was very clear that Bristol has the potential to be a national and international leader on just transition. So we believe that supporting it today will be a powerful statement of leadership. The communities who are most impacted by the climate and ecological crises are often those who are least responsible for driving them. There are also communities most excluded from the climate and ecological conversation. So we designed the declaration to be a grassroots initiative stemming directly from Bristol's communities and workers who would have most to lose from an unjust transition.
We give our warm thanks to the representatives from communities and unions who generously gave invaluable ideas, advice and feedback. Though there were limits on what engagement we could carry out due to the voluntary nature of the work, we will be continuing these conversations over the coming months to allow the declaration to continue to grow with the city's understanding of how to fairly transition. The work is vital because a successful transition cannot happen if it's not just. The climate and ecological crises are social problems that have their roots in a failure to respect all people, knowledge and life, and any attempt to address the crises without tackling this root cause would be inefficient and short-lived. As some of the discussions today made clear, this work won't always be easy. A truly just transition will require engaging in difficult conversations without easy answers. Yet we are excited for the declaration to set the city on this path, because just transition isn't about sacrifice, but co-creating the fair, healthy and sustainable Bristol that we all want to live in. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very well presented. I'd like to move this report, and I ask Councillor Steve Smith to second in the absence of the Deputy Lord Mayor.
Seconding, my Lord Mayor.
I'd like to call on Councillor Carla Denyer to speak on behalf of the Green Group.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. A just transition to a low-carbon future is central to Green Party policy and practice, so of course I'm delighted to support the adoption of these principles by Bristol City Council, and I thank the community climate activists who led on this work. Thank you. The transition to net zero has a massive potential to make the world a fairer, more inclusive and more equal place. What's not to like about the agenda? Measuring our economy by well-being rather than economic growth, having healthier and locally grown food, warmer, more comfortable, affordable homes, accessible public transport, etc., etc. There is the potential to be a huge, huge social equaliser here. But capitalism has a way of corrupting good things. Labour-saving devices that should have meant shorter working hours instead somehow have resulted in us all being expected to work harder for less. That's why this declaration matters. It's Bristol saying explicitly we're aiming for net zero not just quickly, but fairly, in a way that allocates responsibility for actions equitably in proportion to people's and organisations' capacity and their contribution to the climate crisis in the first place. ensures ensures that people are supported to make changes in their personal lives and their careers, whether that's funding or support to retrain. It empowers disadvantaged communities and centres them in the decision making. Ensures the benefits, whether that's solar panels on your home or accessing an electric vehicle, are available to everyone, not just contingent on how much money you have in savings. And creates well-paid, stable green jobs with union recognition. Note that the City Leap joint venture with Amoresco does not yet meet this, as they withdrew facility time for union reps. So there's an example of something we could do. This declaration is a natural step that follows Bristol's Climate Emergency Declaration 5 years ago last month, the Ecological Emergency Declaration and the Citizens' Assembly. I think this is a natural next step from these. Much good work has been happening in Bristol, as the Mayor mentioned earlier. Yes, I did celebrate that Bristol has recently ranked joint 7th on a list of 182 single-tier councils, which is a cause for celebration. However, we can all be honest with ourselves that there is still lots more to do. Bristol could do better. And 5 years is a really long time between an emergency being declared and you know, how much we need to have achieved in that time. So using these just transition principles, we must pick up the pace to close the gaps between those declarations we've already made and the actions that we know we need to take next. Because climate justice delayed is climate justice denied. Thank you.
Thank you, Carla, and apologies for talking during your response. We were just sorting out the running order of things as it's sort of changing as we go along. Councillor Dadd for the Labour Group.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. First of all, I wanted to thank you and the Acting Lord Mayor for finding time for this on the agenda. Obviously, it was due to be heard at the last meeting. It's already council policy supporting this declaration. We adopted it at a cabinet meeting, I think, back in September. But I think it's such an important issue that that it came to this forum to give other parties the chance to show where they stand on it and obviously to hopefully support it. And also I wanted to thank the community activists that are here. So we've obviously got Emma and Kirsty, but we also had Rachel Moffat, who was working on it from Bristol Energy Network, and Olivia Sweeney as well from the Green and Black Ambassadors. It is an excellent piece of work. You consulted widely. You consulted with key stakeholders as I see them. So the National TUC took a view on what you're pulling together. And also the One City Environment Board also fully supported what you were trying to do. The just transition is something that's been around since the 70s. It's mainly an idea that's been around the trade union movement. And it's about protecting workers in certain industries from changes that are coming down the line to make sure they're looked after properly and their skills are transferable, and if not, that they get proper packages of support and communities are supported properly. So that was the kind of original idea, but I think it's much wider now. It's much wider than that, and it's about bringing people with us on this journey and making sure people are engaged. And I think there's so many positives that we can engage with people on, from the need to change and the need to tackle climate change and the need to decarbonise our economy. So we've got the potential for new, cheaper sources of energy, more predictable energy prices, which people like. The new jobs, skills and opportunities that are coming down the line, and they are coming down the line. In Bristol with the City Leap project, we've got 1,000 jobs that are going to be created through that project over the next 5 years, 410 of them in the Bristol postcode area. But also I think there's an opportunity with the need and challenge, the need to tackle climate change, to reshape the economy and to tackle some of the structural inequalities that exist under the current system. I think this is a great opportunity to deal with some of the issues that we're trying to tackle. The other thing that the community activists make clear is that this is a living document. They're not expecting everybody to be perfect, but they want people to endorse it and work with them to achieve as much as possible. So the fact that you might not be able to sign up to all 10 of the recommendations or goals isn't a barrier for you to sign up to the declaration.
Can you just wrap up now, please, Kai?
Yeah, oh,
Thank you.
Yellow, sorry. Yeah, so there's plenty of people out there who don't think we need to bring people with us. We do. There's plenty of other actors out there that say you don't need to tackle climate change, you don't need to do X or Y. But the reality is we do need to tackle it and we do need to bring people with us. It's not an option, we have to do it. So please support this declaration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Weston.
Thank you very much, my Lord Mayor. Do you remember earlier on when I said the Conservatives standing up to be non-controversial? I take it back. Thank you very much for bringing it. I'm afraid we won't be supporting it today. Climate change is going to be one of the biggest challenges that we face as a globe in the next 100 years, 200 years, as long as it goes on. It will always be with us. It's going to be a big factor, but it's not the only challenge. And a lot of what we see in this document for us, we think is oversimplifying the issue. When you're talking about things like the redistribution of resources and power, sounds lovely. But when you're actually talking about that, from whom, to whom, and how much? When you're signing off on a document which is talking about doing this kind of thing, I need that level of detail. I want to know what we're doing. Because what normally happens is when we talk to our comrades opposite, is you talk obviously about taxing the rich, go for big business, whatever else, and we're used to that. But then we come into the Laffer curve and all the rich leave, and then actually the cost of it's borne by everyone else. So I'm afraid to say, although some sections of this are good, I like the bit when we're talking about empowering disadvantaged communities, capacity building, which I think is essential. I'm actually at a meeting tomorrow morning about doing just that. That's good, but the oversimplification about everything else we need to do and we need to be able to pay for when we transition over, I'm afraid I don't and cannot support a document that talks about the redistribution of power and wealth without giving me details on it, because I've seen that used too often as a means to basically ram through things that people don't agree with when people go, oh, it's a necessity, it must be done. I'm afraid we can't support that. So although I'm happy to meet with you and discuss and take it, and we'll go through my concerns in face-to-face, tonight and today, my group cannot back this, not as it stands. So I realise there'll be lone voices, because I'm fairly confident where everyone else is going to go on it. Hi. But we won't be supporting it today, my Lord Mayor. At the moment, there's too much ambiguity that runs against our red lines. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Weston. Councillor Varney.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I rise to endorse the Just Transition Declaration on behalf of the Bristol Liberal Democrats. And I wish to thank the authors of the report, Emma, Olivia, Kirsty and Rachel, for their excellent work in putting the declaration together. Liberal Democrats' support for just transition should come as no surprise to anyone. As a party, we have been at the forefront of climate action for many decades. Environmentalism is one of our core values, and it's one of the principal reasons I myself am a Liberal Democrat. And as a party, we have long recognised that without intervention in the UK and elsewhere, the worst impacts of climate change will be felt by the poorest people and the poorest communities. That's why Liberal Democrats nationally support the creation of a Just Transition Commission to advise on how to deliver a net zero economy that works for everyone, and a Just Transition Fund to support development in those regions and communities most affected by the transition. Locally, Liberal Democrats have been working cross-party with other councillors and local residents on community climate action plans. The voices of local people are essential if we are to have any chance of success in achieving net zero in an equitable way. We've also sat on the Council's Climate Change Working Group, and through our discussions we have stressed the importance of a fair and just transition. Unfortunately, the current national government appears to be backtracking on its environmental commitments. Rather than accelerating the decarbonisation of transport, energy and housing, it is slowing it down. Under this government, the idea that we can achieve net zero by 2030 is, unfortunately, wishful thinking. Indeed, our national target of 2050 looks increasingly unachievable. My Lord Mayor, I am pleased that here in Bristol, we are trying to do the right thing. And just like our climate and ecological declarations, I hope that this Just Transition Declaration can become an example to be followed by others. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Varney. Councillor Hopkins.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. An interesting document, and I think it raises challenges. One thing that I notice in working in our ward, which covers a wide range of people who are more privileged and less privileged than others, is that those who are less privileged and wealthy actually create far less damage upon the environment than those that are. And really, that's come to to the forefront when looking at going back to the planning decision that was raised in the previous debate. Because quite frankly, what we need to have is balanced and sustainable communities where people who don't have 2 Chelsea tractors to drive and who don't habitually spend money, large amounts of money, travelling distances, where they have services to hand. And that's basically what we actually want. We've demonstrated that by providing local services, you can in actual fact dramatically reduce the damage to the environment. And the balance of sustainable communities was a central plank of what we actually as an administration took forward some 15, 20 years ago. I am concerned not to complain about some of the injustices that are brought up in this report, but in actual fact that they're too narrow, that they don't look at the wider area, and that we actually have injustices and differences within our society here that are never actually looked at in this report. And quite frankly, that is, until we actually do that, until everybody realises that their view and their situation is taken into account, it will hamper progress in what is an absolutely vitally important issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hopkins. Marvin, you have an opportunity to respond to the debate if you wish.
Yeah, thanks very much. And I really want to thank the team that have brought this to our city. It's great because it pulls together so much of what we've been trying to achieve over recent years. When we were talking about the importance of taking jobs and poverty seriously alongside the actions we have to do climate change, some people accuse us of putting money in the economy before the planet. We weren't. We were talking about the need for a just transition. And it really touches on the kind of one of the amongst the many perversities of climate change, in that it's the poorest and most vulnerable who get hit first and hardest by the consequences of climate change, but they're also most vulnerable to being further financially and politically disadvantaged from the action we have to take to tackle climate change. And one of the things that we've pointed out repeatedly is if we do not take their concerns seriously, we will lose the dressing room and we'll lose the democratic mandate to deliver the scale of change at the pace we need to deliver it. That does not mean we move at the pace of the slowest, but it does mean we have to take people with us. And I know the work you're doing, not just to bring this to the council, but to other organisations in Bristol that have a key role in shaping our ambitions, our universities, our hospitals, our businesses as well. So thank you for taking it to the actual city and not just having it bounce around the walls of this chamber. It's also worth just sharing a bit of our record here as well. So I was at, one is I would reference because it's been a point of controversy, but let me raise it again. When I spoke at the TED conference last year, one of the points I raised was the need to get ahead of urbanisation. The quality of urbanisation would determine our likely success or failure in a battle against climate change, and the need for cities to be involved in shaping the national and international policy when its urbanisation takes place, and the need for cities to get the scale of investment they need to deliver that better quality of urbanisation. And amongst the point I made around it was that financing climate change is not just about the rollout of technology, it's about investing in people so they have the resilience to deal with the economic restructuring we have to go through. So if we don't do that, we do not do justice. If we don't do that, we do climate injustice. It's worth just sharing as well at TED last week that our City Leap programme is being talked about around the world, whether it will be in the Bloomberg sessions, the SDG Global Finance Commission as well, as a model of how you mobilise finance. But what people are particularly interested in, as well as the missions, was how we, the team, and I all pushing out the credit to the people that did the hard yards on this, got social value put at the heart of that scheme, including 1,000 local jobs, local supply chain, community energy grants as well. And so what we've shown is that you can do a public-private finance partnership, reduce your emissions, but build in the social outcomes we need if we want to maintain our mandate. So thank you for all you've done to bring this forward.
Thank you, Maris. The recommendation is shown on the screen, and it is on in your agenda pack. So all those in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? No. The recommendation is approved. Thank you. That concludes agenda item 9. Moving on now to agenda item 10. Indeed. Okay, agenda item 10, the Mayoral Commission update from the Disability Equality Commission. This item is for noting. I'd like to call on Megan Belcher to move the report as the Commission Vice Chair.
Okay. Hi everyone. So I'm here in my Vice Chair of the Commission capacity, but I'm speaking on behalf of Alan, who is the Chair of the Bristol Disability Equality Commission. So Alan Davis was appointed Chair of the Commission in September 2021. I became Vice Chair in November 2022. And just for a little bit of background about the Commission, in December 2021, an open recruitment process for commissioners was undertaken. There were 22 applications overall, 17 disabled people were interviewed, and 11 applicants were appointed in February 2022, all who identify as disabled people. So just to kind of give them recognition here, so we've got Beth Richards, Gordon Richardson, Leah Martindale, Lynn Parfit, Marie Mighty, myself, and Phil Ginjal. We all joined as individual commissioners. And then we also had commissioners who were organisation representatives. So we had Justin Smith from the Centre for Deaf and Hard of Hearing People. We had Ruth Pickerskill from the West of England Centre for Inclusive Living, Wessel. We had Val Stanfield from Bristol Reclaim Independent Living, so Brill, and Laura Welty from Bristol Disability Equality Forum. The members selected bring a very wide range of expertise, experience, knowledge and skill to the role. During 2022 to 2023, both Leah and Phil have left their role as commissioners, and we would like to formally thank them for their commitment and their work in getting the commission established. We have had 2 commissioners join us. They were Anila Wood and Devon Lowndes, and they've joined as individual commissioners. And just as an update, Gordon Richardson, while started as an individual commissioner, has now moved to become the Bristol Disability Equality Forum representative, and Laura Welty is now an individual commissioner. We held our first meeting in February 2022, and it's met bi-monthly since. Its terms of reference have been agreed. Commissioners have been identified to lead on specific work areas, and commissioners have been appointed to a number of One City boards, including children and young people, culture, homes and communities. And then we've also got commissioners participating in the work of the Health and Wellbeing Board as well. The Commission Chair, so Alan, continues to meet with councillors and senior officers of the council and other senior leaders in the city. He's also met with most of the leaders of the political groups. And, the Chair, so Alan, feels that positive working relationships have been established and developed, with the role of the Commission being seen, hopefully, as a positive one, giving constructive challenge and seeking positive answers where possible. One of the main issues has been that we're discussing currently has been around the future of the Commission in the new council committee structure. We're aware that the council will be agreeing that structure soon, and the Commission looks forward to being part of the new structure and continuing on that conversation. The Commission has not yet been successful in getting additional core funding for our work. So the grants of £5,000 from Quartet for 2 years remain the only additional funding secured. The Commission has not been able to do all the work it wants and achieve what disabled people in Bristol want and need. Due to the lack of resources, additional funding would provide. So in August 2022, the Commission successfully applied to the National Lottery for funding, and this was around undertaking engagement with disabled people to inform and guide the work of the Commission. This work hasn't been undertaken yet for a variety of reasons, but it will now take place in spring of 2024. Bristol Disability Equality Commission has worked with adult social care in within Bristol City Council in a number of different areas. So it's provided advice on the implications of budget reductions on disabled people. It's also offered advice to adult social care on its development of an affordable care policy. We are aware that some disabled people have expressed concerns with this policy, and we therefore negotiated with adult social care around an extension to the consultation process around this. And we look forward to hearing the results from the consultation. Work is ongoing regarding the delivery of the recommendations of the Sir Stephen Bubb report concerning autistic people and disabled people with learning difficulties. And this work is ongoing. And the Commission has been requested by the Director of Adult Social Care to develop a co-production policy and process for, to be used in the future by Adult Social Care, and this work is underway. The Chair has met with the Mayor of West of England.
I'm awfully sorry, Megan. Can I get you to conclude? Sorry.
Yeah, of course. So we're moving forward in our work. And over the next year, we're going to be focusing on housing, education, accessible communications and information, and working to support disabled employees within Bristol City Council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Megan. Okay, moving on to agenda item 11, the Mayoral Commission update from the Bristol Women's Commission. This item is for noting. I'd like to call on Penny Game to move the report as a Commission Chair.
Okay, it's 10 years now since we started out as a Women's Commission, when Bristol signed the European Charter of Equality of Women and Men in Local Life. And I do hope you've read some of our key achievements in Appendix 1. The work of the Women's Commission is to influence city leaders and decision makers to address multifaceted inequality faced by women and girls in Bristol. And we're fortunate to have a number of city leaders on the Commission. We're well represented on one city board and on influential partnerships. So where are we right now? Well, our Women and Economy group ran a highly successful partnership event on a caring economy, got the commitment of Metro Mayor Dan Norris and senior leadership at West of England Combined Authority to commit to this, facilitated a partnership of educators and voluntary sector organisations to apply for funding and presented their findings at the European Sociological Association. We're now working with Bristol Women's Voice to support local women and campaigns. Our Women's Safety Group is now so well embedded into local strategic reference groups and partnerships that we took the decision this year to change the format of how this work is dealt with at Commission level, and there will now be a dedicated annual meeting of partners to focus on progress with women's safety. And we piloted the first hugely successful meeting this year. The Women in Business Charter Group goes from strength to strength, hosting 6 well-attended events and setting up initiatives such as peer-to-peer mentoring programme, and see their impact report for details of all their extraordinary achievements. Business representatives who attended our Commission meeting on the Charter were absolutely inspirational. Our Women's Health Task Group continues to grow in numbers and influence. The group lobbied for the Women's Health chapter in the JSNA and supported its production. The group has been involved in national policy making and is now working at national level with round tables. The focus for the group in Bristol is on women's health hubs and ensuring a community focus and input from a wide range of partners. The Education Task Group are currently working on sexual harassment and abuse in schools, and this will lead to a scheme of work which will be able to be shared between schools, FE and HE establishments. You'll see from the report, though, that there's still a long way to go. The gender pay gap stubbornly persists. Many care workers, predominantly women, earn less than the minimum wage. Women continue to be harassed, abused, and sadly, some are murdered. And some of the statistics on women's health in the JSNA are truly shocking. The average age of children first seeing pornography is just under 13. In May, this council will be undergoing major change. The Commission enjoyed meeting members of the Committee Model Working Group for a discussion on our role in the future. And we're anxious not to lose any of the ground we've covered and would ask you to bear the following in mind. Create awareness of the work of the Women in Business Charter Group and help make Bristol a gender equal city. Please ensure that the infrastructure levy arising from the development at Temple Quarter is used to provide childcare facilities on the site. And while we welcome the government's intention to increase the number of funded hours of childcare to include 2-year-olds, we are very concerned that there is already not enough capacity in Bristol to meet the present demand. Continue to support the approaches outlined in the Violence Against Women and Girls strategy that our commissioners have contributed to, and ensure the Health and Wellbeing Board continues to monitor and act on women's health issues outlined in the JSNA, and work with the Integrated Care Board to ensure issues are acted on which are not within the remit of public health. Over the last 10 years, we've worked with hundreds of women in our quest to bring about women's rights and women's equality in the city, and I would like to thank everyone involved, our commissioners, our task group leads, our task group members, the mayor, and all those councillors who've worked with us over that time. And a special vote of thanks goes to Councillor Helen Holland for her unwavering support of our work. It really is extraordinary that so many women have stuck with us and continue to work with us with undimmed enthusiasm and energy, and heartfelt thanks to all of them.
Thank you very much, Penny. Agenda item 12 is the Mayoral Commission on Race Equality update. This item is for noting, and unfortunately Margaret Simmons-Bird... sorry. You're okay. I wasn't sure if I'd been given dodgy information there. Margaret Simmons-Bird, the Vice Chair of the committee, has given her apologies as she is suffering from flu. We all obviously wish her a speedy recovery. So we're going to move now to member speakers on the Commission reports, taking agenda items 10, 11 and 12 together, as agreed. So I'd like to call on Councillor Lisa Stone to speak on behalf of the Green Group.
Oh, thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you very much. These three commissions are so important. I would highly recommend that their findings are valued and actioned. I would like to address the Chamber with the current state of the Commission of Race Equality, CORE, and its future direction as outlined in the report. The former Chair, Mr. Ahmed Takalia, CBE, served with dedication and commitment until his formal resignation in October the 18th, 2023. As a result, there is currently no chair in place to present the report today. Recognising this and the evolving landscape of the CORE, CORE proposes a strategic shift amidst ongoing challenges like the cost of living crisis, and takes the opportunity to review and enhance the effectiveness of the current model. The proposal suggests integrating CORE into the One City Structures multi-agency forum by embedding the key aims and objectives of the Commission into the ecosystem of race equality groups across the city. We believe the proposed integration of the CORE into the broader race equality ecosystems signals a forward-thinking approach, and we celebrate this because race equality should be embedded in all that we do. This includes identifying disproportionality in police and education and addressing the systematic issues that keep racial minoritized young people out of school, to reduce the number of young black men who find themselves on the pathway from school into prison. I welcome the Disability Equality Commission report. Disabled people need to be heard. We need to make sure that they are valid members of our community, and that in doing so, we make everybody welcomed into our city. A few ways we can do this is by opening public toilets and making our parks accessible so people feel less anxious when going out and enjoying the Bristol that we so enjoy. I stand in support of the Women's Commission report and the principles embedded within this call for the investment in the caring economy. Why would I and the wider Green Party choose not to? The Care Economy Charter is asking that people and the planet are given centre stage on how we must value the contribution that carers, mainly women in a paid and unpaid capacity, provide. In addition to carers, the Charter wants us to understand why it is important for carers to have the time to provide care to people living in their homes, and how carers and those being cared for must be given the quality time needed to ensure their needs are high on the agenda. What we know is there remains vast inequalities across health and social care, recently highlighted during the Council's health scrutiny session in October 2023, where we know...
Can you conclude now, please, Lisa? Sorry to disturb you.
Okay. So, because as it stands, many carers find themselves blah, blah, blah. Sorry. I'll go to the end. So let us support all three commissions in our procurement, processes, training and ongoing services. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Holland.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And it's unfortunate that because of the cancellation of last council that we've had to combine the response to the three commissions. I think it is, isn't it? Yeah. That we've had to respond to the three commissions in one, but nevertheless I'll try and do that justice, because what the reports show is that the three commissions have covered a huge amount of work in the last year, and in the case, as Penny has said, of the Women's Commission in the last 10 years. So I think the first thing that the Chamber should do is to sincerely thank those who've taken on chairing the commissions. These are unpaid roles, and it's useful to have a reminder to the Chamber that the majority of members, as has been said by both Megan and Penny, are not there as individuals, but are there as representatives of organisations, businesses, partner agencies in the city. So we're tapping into a huge amount of knowledge and influence to bring recommendations, advice and detailed research on a wide range of issues that are very significant to our city. I'm just going to pick out a few highlights, and I'm really sorry that I can't do more, but the work on educational underachievement in the black and minoritized communities, and on health, which a lot of that grew out of the response to COVID, recognising the health inequalities during that period. The Disability Commission, Megan, thank you, and I think we'll tell Alan that you did a great job in representing the report. The work that the Commission has done on leading the response to the Stephen Bubb report is very significant. And that emerging work, again, which was mentioned, about co-production. And I think although we've commissioned that from adult social care, co-producing policy right across a whole range of policy areas is where this council needs to be. And for the Women's Commission, thank you, Penny, for the mention. The Women's Commission's work on the Women in Business Charter and the caring economy should all merit a longer debate on their own, but I particularly wanted to highlight this afternoon the priority of women's health, and I think that the work that was done as a result of the Women's Commission really pushing on public health to get that women's health chapter in the Joint Strategic Needs Assessment is something we really, really should champion. And just you could say, so what? But the Health and Wellbeing Board agenda, if you have a look at that on Thursday afternoon, nearly all of the agenda items are ones about women's health inequalities. So actually moving that the research that's been done into policy making for the council. So thank you very much for that. Finally, you'll have seen and we've heard the concern that all the commissions have about their future post-May, conversations that have taken place with the Committee Model Working Group. Those of you who are going to be here post-May should take the Commission's offers seriously, and dare I say, if they don't exist in one form or another, you may well need to recreate them. So thank you again to the chairs and the commissions for your work.
Thank you, Helen. I'd like to call on Councillor Henry Michelat to speak on behalf of the Conservative Group.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Firstly, I would like to thank my colleagues, Councillors Sharon Scott and Richard Eddy, for their invaluable assistance in compiling this rather compressed response. For the Disability Equality Commission, we recognise the important contribution it has made over the past years. Ensuring our disabled fellow Bristolians have access to life opportunities and are not subject to discrimination is a natural and worthy objective. Its chairman, Alan Davies, and his commissioners are to be thanked and commended. Whilst the update is full of the Commission's deliberations and representations, I'm sure we would have had even more concrete successes if responses to their reasonable and timely requests had been more positive and timely. One glaring example is the Clean Air Zone. Whilst the initial concessions for blue badge users have been welcome, surely we ought to have greater long-term certainty to disabled drivers. Those who qualify under the scheme ought to be prioritised more with the government-approved financial help to purchase exempt vehicles than is currently the case. On the Bristol Women's Commission, I wish to place on record our gratitude for the hard work and dedication shown by its members and especially Chairwoman Penny Gain. It's great to see that more than 70 external agencies engaged with this commission, and I'm sure it provides a real benefit to have access to such a wide variety of expertise. Some of the statistics around women's safety, health and education are truly worrying, and obviously more must be done to turn this around. However, I am confident that the Commission will continue to challenge and combat these issues. Finally, turning to the activities of the Commission on Race Equality, we would like to give thanks to its former chairman for his service and give special mention to Vice Chair Margaret Simmons-Bird. Personally, I believe that educational attainment and improvement, whether this is based on academic achievement or training in the traditional trades, are absolutely essential to tackling inequality. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much. Now move on to the Liberal Democrat group, and Sarah to respond.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. So first off, I would like to thank the three commissions for delivering these reports to full council and for attending today to speak to them. In the intricate tapestry of our city, the work of these commissions is the thread that binds us together towards a more inclusive and equitable future. It is a shame that due to the unavoidable time pressures on today's full council agenda, all three have been merged together instead of being able to fully delve into each report with the depth that I think they all deserve. So to begin with the Commission on Race Equality, they have been instrumental in addressing systemic racial discrimination and injustice in Bristol. Their collaborative efforts have brought together professionals from diverse backgrounds to constructively tackle racial inequalities. However, as we navigate post-COVID challenges and the ongoing cost of living crisis, it's time to evaluate and evolve. The proposal to integrate the core into the One City structures and the broader race equality ecosystem across Bristol is a forward-thinking approach. The transition seeks to embed the Commission's aims and objectives into the very fabric of our city, ensuring that the gains made under the Commission are not lost. The Commissioner's continued commitment to addressing racial disparities, especially in education and the economy, is crucial to fostering a truly inclusive city. Turning to the Bristol Women's Commission, the comprehensive report sheds light on the multifaceted challenges faced by women in our city. From health disparities to economic barriers and safety concerns, the Commission has been at the forefront of addressing these issues. The focus on the caring economy and initiatives like the peer-to-peer mentoring programme reflect a commitment to practical, impactful solutions. And while progress has been made, we must acknowledge the persistent challenges. The gender pay gap, underrepresentation in certain sectors and the lack of affordable childcare continue to affect women's lives. The Commission's dedication to fostering gender equality through initiatives like the Women in Business Charter is commendable. However, it's evidence that collective action is needed to overcome these systemic challenges and achieve greater gender equality in all aspects of life. And finally, to turn our attention to the Commission on Disability Equality. The diversity of experience, knowledge and skills brought by the Commission has enriched the Commission's work. Their engagement with various city boards, collaborations with adult social care underscore the Commission's commitment to inclusivity. However, challenges persist, particularly in securing additional core funding, and the Commission's successful application to the National Lottery for engagement with disabled people is a positive step, but sustained funding is needed to fill their mandate. In conclusion, these reports reflect the dedication and hard work of the Commissions in addressing complex challenges. As we move forward, let us commit to supporting these Commissions in their crucial role and working collaboratively to create a city that is truly inclusive, equitable and supportive of all its residents. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, Councillor Classic. I'd now like to call on Councillor Hopkins to speak on behalf of the Knoll Community Party.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I will try to keep things reasonably brief. I do, though, speak as somebody who was responsible in previous administrations for equalities issues and for public safety. sometimes it's not what positive actions are taken that affect people, it's the refraining from doing things which are damaging. And I'm very glad that the administration eventually saw that the changes in the council tax reduction scheme that were proposed being withdrawn was absolutely necessary. All three of the groups faced here on equalities assessments would have suffered disproportionately. I think when it comes to the women's report, I've got to say how well written it is, and that applies to the other two as well. And I think it's interesting to note the difference in approach and the difference in reception between what they are saying and what we witnessed earlier on today from those who thought that the way to influence councillors was to shout at them, which really is not a way forward at all. I am particularly concerned about the women's safety because it is not just the actual crimes that matter. People have got to feel safe as well. And there's growing concern from a number of women that I've spoken to that some changes in society make them feel more vulnerable and more threatened. There was also actually the minority issue of the trans rights, where basically I've been lobbied by quite a lot of women who say that although they don't want any harm to come and fully support making life easier for those in transition, they are concerned about the fakes getting in and causing trouble. It's a very small number, but it can have a disproportionate effect. So that is a matter of serious concern that I've been lobbied by quite a lot of women about. I'm also concerned with regard to the disproportionate health challenges in Bristol compared to elsewhere. There's a very good job being done of actually highlighting those, which is important because until you know about the detail, you can't tackle it. But I'm not actually seeing yet anywhere where that is actually being recognised and tackled. And I think that is something that this council, together with partners, really must do something about. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hopkins. Now, this is the opportunity for Marvin, if he wishes to respond to the debate.
It's just enough, I think, to say thank you to everyone who's joined the Commission or the work they've done over the years. It's very, I think, encouraging as well to hear about the opportunities there have been to feed into the City Office, the thematic boards and the Council as well. When we thought up the One City approach, the key kind of thinking was that the city outcomes cannot be delivered by Bristol City Council working alone. It has to be done with a collection of institutions that shape life in a place. And so the fact that you're represented on those boards and having traction with those boards and getting cooperation is incredibly encouraging. I do hope that the commissions continue as well. I think it's enough for us to say that we know that we do not make progress just because you put progressive people in a room or nice people in a room. It has to be done on purpose. And it's not in a straight line. As Barack Obama said, we don't make progress in a straight line. There are moments of success and moments of adversity and even moments of failure in it. But we just all need to keep pressing in and trying to make sure that the Bristol that we've described that we want to be is one that we battle for every day. But thank you.
Thank you, Marvin. Thank you. The report is noted, and that concludes agenda items 10 to 12. We're now going to jump forward, not in time, but in agendas, to agenda item 18, the IRP recommendations. I'd now like to ask Graham Russell to introduce a report as Vice Chair of the Independent Remuneration Panel.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I present this report on behalf of Wendy Stevenson, the chair of the panel, who is currently with family in America and made the difficult decision to stay with the family rather than to come here and present the report. The 4-yearly review, we've undertaken a fundamental 4-yearly review, as we're required to do, of members' allowances and expenses. Only this time it took on a completely different dimension because of the change that you will make from next year to a committee style of governance. So that put a completely different perspective on our review. We had, as a panel, very little experience of the detailed workings of a committee structure, and indeed the evidence we had from members also indicated that there was limited experience and understanding. We did do some comparative work with the very few other councils that have a similar system, but we were mindful that Bristol is a strategic authority, quite unique in some ways in the way that it works. I have to say the panel is extremely grateful for the unprecedented access that we have had to information from the council about its emerging discussions on the new arrangements. And it would be remiss of me, on behalf of Wendy and the panel, not to specifically mention Lucy Fleming and Tim O'Gara, who have given us absolutely phenomenal support in our deliberations. You will see that we have, in our report, we have also heard directly from elected members, either through questionnaire submissions or face-to-face evidence. And again, I must express our appreciation for that evidence. You will see that we've made a number of recommendations regarding the basic allowance, the allowance that all councillors are entitled to receive. We've been, I hope, a little clearer about what that allowance should cover. And we have recognised that under the committee system, all councillors will be fulfilling a much more robust role. So we are not looking at allowances for the current roles of councillors. We are looking at allowances and making recommendations on the future role of councillors. And you'll see our recommendations on that. With regard to special responsibility allowances, those allowances for member roles over and above constituency roles, some of these roles slide easily into the new structure. Others are untested, and of course, in that respect, we would very much like to review the scheme after 12 months of practical operation so that the council and the panel can be clear about what is involved. My closing points are, yes, we would like to undertake a review after 12 months of operation or sooner if the council requests us to do so. You will see that we have a particular concern about the low take-up of dependent care expenses by councillors, and this is not unique to Bristol, but we did have one powerful piece of evidence offered to us, which I think took us quite by surprise, in that it is quite unacceptable for councillors legitimately claiming dependent care expenses to be then pilloried in the press for doing that. Now, we are looking at that on a wider plane with other parts of the allowances system, and we hope to be in a position at some point in the future to make some positive recommendations to you. Finally, we do support the implementation of a parental leave policy, and I'm delighted to commend this report to you, which, as you will see, is well within budget. Thank you very much, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Graham. Okay, I'd like to move this report and ask Councillor Steve Smith, in the absence of the Deputy Lord Mayor, to second the report.
Seconded, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you. The recommendation is shown on the screen and is on the report in your agenda pack. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? The recommendation is approved. And thank you. That concludes agenda item 18. And now we're going to go back to agenda item 13 and agenda item 14. The Treasury Management Annual Report 22-23 and the Treasury Management Mid-Year Report 23-24. Now, these reports are for noting. With the agreement of the party group leaders, items 13 and 14 will be taken together with one round of speakers. I'd like to call on Mayor Marvin Rees to move items 13 and 14.
Thanks very much, Lord Mayor. So the Treasury Management Mid-Year Report and Treasury Management Annual Report are a summary of the activity during the year. And this report is for noting only. There are no There are no recommendations within this report and no policy changes to the Treasury strategy or to the approved indicators agreed by full Council in February. The Council has also complied with the various codes, including Prudential Code, Treasury Code and investment guidance issued by central government. The purposes of these codes is to ensure that capital investment decisions are affordable, prudent and sustainable. Some key points from the reports are that the Council has a medium-term net borrowing requirement of £641 million to support general fund and new build programmes within the HRA. The Council has not borrowed during the first part of the year and is currently planning to borrow £60 million of short-term borrowing during the latter part of the financial year to support the financing of the capital programme and ensure adequate Treasury resources are available during the remainder of the year. The cost of such borrowing is included within the MTFP. Borrowing is lower than estimated, originally estimated at around £100 million. This would be in part due to the delays in the delivery of the capital programme. Short-term borrowing is planned as interest rates across all maturity periods are expected to fall. And when these loans mature, it is expected that these loans will be refinanced at a lower rate, with lower long-term borrowing being 4%. And the Treasury investment balances were £160 million at the start of the year and fell to £88 million at the mid-year point, with Treasury balances to be around £50 million at the end of the financial year, based on anticipated changes to working capital, use of reserves and delivery of the current capital programme. And finally, the current report indicates no change in bank rate until mid-2024 and then further falls to 2.75% in December 2025. Thanks, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Marvin. Just to note, we're not going to adjourn after this item, I'm afraid, because we're going to go on after this and do 15, 16 and 17, which are all aye, nay votes, and then we will adjourn for 20 minutes after that before we do the golden motions. Anyway, I'd like to call on Councillor Martin Fodor to speak on behalf of the Green Group.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. As we've said, we're being asked to note these two Treasury management reports. They may not be exciting, but they are important documents for the Council. We all need to understand a bit about them. They're required to confirm that all transactions do conform to the correct procedures and to the agreed strategy. They also document the borrowing that's needed, as was said. They tell us that while the Council has cash balances, it's not intended to borrow unless it becomes advantageous. And in fact, the medium-term net borrowing requirement is £608 million to support the Mayor's existing and future capital programme. And the Council's long-term debt at the 31st of March was £446 million, with an average annual interest rate of 4.48%. Investments were £116 million. I won't do a lot more numbers. That was at the 31st of March. The average annual interest rate of investments was 1.90%. Financing this debt requires revenue funds, so it has to be carefully managed. It's money not available for services. Unstable interest rates haven't helped. The half-year report shows a net borrowing requirement of £641 million over the next 5 years and is planned and it's planned to undertake 60 million of new borrowing during the financial year to support the financing of the Mayor's capital programme and to meet the liquidity requirements of the Council. The Treasury Code being followed requires documents from the last full year and the mid-year one too, hence the two reports for 22-3 and half year of 23-4 being received together now. Finally, these have to be scrutinised by the Audit Committee, but it's all our responsibilities as the Council to ensure the risks are identified and are managed, so they are significant. These could include borrowing, the associated interest payments, investments and loans to partner organisations, cash flows, deposits on money markets and capital transactions. We know how precarious councils have become under austerity, so I do encourage you to study these reports as well as noting them. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. Councillor Rippington, on behalf of the Labour Group.
Thank you. Lord Mayor, I'll be brief. Firstly, I'd like to say thank you to the officers who've worked so diligently on these reports and given so much time to resources scrutiny. As members, we've been given good access to the detail and had plenty of chance to ask relevant questions. I think I probably speak for everyone in the group when I say that I'm confident that our investment and borrowing is being looked after in a safe and efficient manner by our finance team, and I commend the reports. I believe we are doing everything we can to maximise our investment safely during a period of heightened. This paints a very bleak picture of our economy in the wake of last year's shambolic mini-budget under former Prime Minister Liz Truss and the continued pursuit of austerity policies by the current Prime Minister and our current government. The economy is bumping along the bottom, and every financial decision we make at the moment is fraught with difficulty as a result. Thank you.
Thanks, Tim. Councillor Hacker.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have pleasure in commenting on the Treasury Management Annual Report for 2022-23 and the Interim Report for 2023-24. Throughout this period, borrowings, excluding PFI and service contracts, have remained stable at about 450 million. Fortunately, these borrowings are at fixed rates, so the Council is not exposed to rising interest rates on this debt. The 2022 to 2027 Treasury strategy identified a net medium-term borrowing requirement of 641 million to support the CapEx programme. Of this, 65 million was planned to be borrowed in 2022-23 and 100 million in 2023-24. However, it has not been necessary to draw down any additional borrowings in that period, although the Council is planning to borrow 60 million before the end of 2023-24. In other words, the borrowing forecast for the two-year period is out by over 100 million. The Council's financial forecasting appears somewhat inaccurate, and that is despite the massive overspend on the Colston Hall. There has been slippage in delivery of the capital programme. This cast doubt on project management capabilities. The CapEx budget for 2022-23 was 321 million, yet the actual outturn was only 197 million, less than two-thirds of the original budget. On the housing revenue account, the actual outturn was only half of the original budget. It appears to me that historically the Council has pre-funded the CapEx programme, but they're not delivered on it. It had therefore borrowed and paid interest on hundreds of millions of pounds when this was not necessary. For Treasury investments, the Council prioritises security and liquidity over yield, and I agree with this approach. The return broadly aligns with the benchmark sterling overnight index average rate, which I consider to be satisfactory. I am reassured that the Council invests its surplus cash into high-quality, low-risk counterparties. I would like to see the report contain a table of loans to Council subsidiary companies showing amounts advanced, repaid and impaired. Some of this information is available in Cabinet papers and the related parties note in the Statement of Accounts, but I think it would be sensible to include it in the Treasury Management Report for the sake of transparency and completeness. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Councillor Brown, on behalf of the Liberal Democrats, please.
Thanks, my Lord Mayor. I'm conscious we're really well behind time, so I'm going to keep this relatively short. I've not really got much to add to what's already been said, either what I've said before in this chamber when we've looked at these reports previously, or to what others have said today. I do want to thank the officers for their work in the Treasury management role, and we obviously continue to face economic and political headwinds, and as we look to the new year, we can only hope that some of those at least will shift direction.
Thank you very much, and especially for your brevity. I'd like now to ask Councillor Hopkins to speak on behalf of the Knoll Community Party.
I will also try to be brief. I will also try to be brief in that there are lots of things within this council that it does or doesn't do that cause me concern. The efficiency of our Treasury management team is not one of them, I'm glad to say. I take on board the comments from our Conservative colleague over there, Councillor Hooker, but having said that, it is a case that officers are dealing with an administration that is not easy to forecast exactly what outcomes are going to be, and I think they've done a fairly good job. I am concerned about the growing storm clouds appearing for the next few years, and I think that we need to be wary as to how things are actually going to happen, and I think that we need to see more attention to the future risks in the report the next time it comes down at the end of the year. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. And again, thank you for the brevity. Mayor Rees, you have the opportunity to respond to the debate if you wish.
No, it's okay. Reserve the remarks on that one.
Yeah, fantastic. Okay, thank you. The report is noted, and that concludes agenda items 13 and 14. So we'll skip past the adjournment bit, I'm afraid. Sorry. I'd like to move agenda item
Mayor,
15.
can I suggest we don't? I think a lot of people here do need a break.
There's only 3 items, and they're all A nay.
Yeah.
Honestly,
Okay.
they're very quick. There's no speakers.
You all right with that?
Is that okay? It'll be
Right.
5 minutes at most. Thank you. Okay, agenda item 15, appointment of independent persons. I'd like to move this report and ask Councillor Steve Smith, in the absence of the Deputy Lord Mayor, to second the report.
Seconded, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you. The recommendation is shown on the screen and is on the report in your agenda pack. All those in favour say aye. Any against? The recommendation is approved. And thank you. That concludes agenda item 15. Agenda item 16, committee membership update. I'd like to move this report and ask Councillor Steve Smith, in the absence of the Deputy Lord Mayor, to second the report.
Seconded, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you. The recommendation is shown on the screen and is on the report in your agenda pack. All those in favour say aye. Any against? The recommendation is approved. Thank you. That concludes agenda item 16. Agenda item 17, polling district review. I'd like to move this report and ask Councillor Steve Smith, in the absence of the Deputy Lord Mayor, to second the report.
Seconded, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you. The recommendation is shown on the screen. It is on the report in your agenda pack. All those in favour say aye. Any against? The recommendation is approved. Thank you. That concludes agenda item 17. So now we will have the break. We'll break for 20 minutes and come back just after 6. We've then got the 2 golden motions, and we'll try and crack them out as quickly as possible. Thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to go straight on to agenda item. Oh, actually, do I need to extend now, Jim? Okay. I'd like not to be honest. There's football on the telly tonight, and there's beer in the pumps. So, where's the? Here we go. At this point in the meeting, we suspect that the motions item is likely to run past the 30. No, it's not that one, is it? Meeting is likely to run past 2.5 hours allowed within the Constitution. Therefore, please can I move a motion to extend the time to hear the golden motions, estimated to be 1 hour. So that will take us to just before 7:10, I'm afraid. Can I take that as agreed? Any votes against? Thank you very much. And I even reserved my vote, which would have been against anyway. So, agenda item 19 is the golden motion, health needs assessment. The motion will be shown on the screen in the room during the proposing speech. And feel free to add a bit of brevity to your speeches if you want to go home early. I'd like to ask Councillor Ellie King of the Labour Group to move the motion, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. When I talk to people in Hillfields about what good growth looks like in our area of the city, the conversation soon turns to health infrastructure and whether we have sufficient services to keep our growing city healthy and well. So Michael Marmot says in his Fair Society Healthy Lives reports that we need to create and develop healthy and sustainable places and communities and strengthen the role and impact of ill health prevention. In response to this, and through conversations with colleagues in South Gloucestershire, the NHS and in our VCSE sector, who will work together on this challenge, this motion sets out in train an essential placemaking piece of work to undertake a strategic healthcare assessment to ensure our growing population is a healthy one. With this challenge comes the opportunity to innovate and to align with the priorities and values expressed in the Bristol, North Somerset and South Gloucestershire Integrated Care Board strategy, which aims to support people to start, live and age well to help inform what good would look like. And I would like to take a moment as well to thank the ICB and colleagues who work within it. This motion is not meant to negate their work, but to sit alongside it. They're doing commendable work, as are the NHS staff, especially so in the context of 13 years of austerity and pay restraints. As well as essential health infrastructure, such as GPs and dentists, we need to embrace the digital, which has the potential to be a game changer, both at an individual level by enabling greater choice and technology-enabled care, to improving the interoperability and efficiency of our health systems. An ambitious appraisal should also recognise the opportunity to focus in partnership on our disadvantaged communities, recognising that poverty so often is the driver of ill health and that the NHS and the local authority needs to work collaboratively with carers, families, VCSE and communities to design progressive models of healthcare, embedding prevention at all opportunities. We continue to have a significant healthy life gap between the wealthiest and most deprived parts of the city, which increases even further for women. Inequalities in health and well-being were brought to the fore during COVID and during the cost of living crisis, and as well as seeing an increase in demand and an increase in complexity, we must also support and invest in our workforce in order to sustainably adapt to these pressures. The case for rectifying historical injustices, for closing the gap for those experiencing the greatest health inequalities, and for targeting resource at those most in need will not only reap the most benefit to those who need it, but will also reduce pressure on acute care. This work sits hand in hand with our mission as a Labour administration to build much-needed homes for the people of Bristol, as we know that high-quality, safe, affordable, energy-efficient homes are in and of themselves essential to our ability to thrive. The World Health Organization defines health as a state of complete physical, mental and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. This work on designing a healthier city aligns well with principles set out in the new local plan and will enable us to be informed, proactive and ready with workable proposals for health funding initiatives.
Sorry, Ellie, can you just wind up? Thank you.
Last sentence. With workable proposals for health funding initiatives when opportunities arise. It's a long-term investment in the health and well-being of our city that will support families and communities to live well, to be productive and happy. Thank you.
Thank you. Brenda, I believe you're seconding the motion, please.
I am, and and I will try to keep it as short as I possibly can, because I want to go home as well. Right. I'm very pleased to be speaking in support of this motion. Working together is absolutely necessary when we consider health issues and should be a cross-party concern. The population of Bristol is increasing, and when the Cribbs Patchway new town is completed, there will be a huge surge in demand for healthcare. We already struggle with accessing sufficient healthcare in some areas of the city, and members may remember my recent statement on the issues with dental provision. The extra demand placed on the NHS with the demographic changes due to the increased population size needs to be reviewed now and not wait until all the proposed new build, both in Bristol and in neighbouring areas, has been completed. A strategic needs assessment of healthcare provision now and in the future is essential, and we ask that the Integrated Care Board initiates this at the earliest possible opportunity. It's important to remember that people are generally living longer, so there needs to be provision for a healthier old age, as this can be a time when there's more need for adequate support to enable people to live in their own homes as long as possible. Due to the ongoing increase in the population in some areas of Bristol, GP practices are already taking on new members of staff to cope with the demand, and this is unlikely to slow down. If the ICB initiates a plan to review the current and anticipated situation with regard to healthcare in general, that needs to be completed as a matter of urgency so that relevant resources can be applied for. I fully support this motion, and I hope that all of you will do the same.
Thank you, Brenda. We'll now have a round of speakers on the motion. I'd like to call on Councillor Tim Wyatt to speak on behalf of the Green Group.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Generally, we support this, but I'm going to cut out the bit which says why we support it. Just to mention, Ashley Ward lost its dentist, really pressured mental health, really pressured dental health and GP services. So support this generally. Just three things I would kind of add into it, and I'll skip to them. The first is, I'm sure it's implicit in this, but I'm surprised there's not more mentioned the role of adult social care. Especially at a time of the immense financial pressure we find ourselves under. The answer to freeing up hospitals and improving the NHS is not just to ask us to do more things quicker in social care. So that's a key point. I worked for many years in social care and NHS commissioning, and I'm never convinced we really, truly, really grasp integration that well. I think we've made progress, but I'd like to see more. I'd like to see more in the ICB. I want to see this impact, look at the impact of social care and really explore opportunities for things like pooled budgets, where we can, as a whole system, make sure that we invest in the best place for a person's NHS and social care journey. Furthermore, the motion mentions some lobbying to central government. I'd really like to see the lobbying include the impact on social care on that. That would be great. Secondly, where the motion says we should ask residents what form additional healthcare infrastructure is required, I think we need some honest debate about privatisation. When I go out door knocking, it's really high priority. We don't want to have NHS services privatised. So in that consultation, I really would like to see that brought out as well. Finally, just on a procedural note, there's no timetable for this in the motion. I think it's quite urgent. I think the developments coming in that you both have mentioned is really quite pressing. We're already stretched, more things coming down the line with housing development, and I really think we need to get on with this. So that's the three things that we could add in, and a timescale which we agree with the ICB being the last. Thank you for bringing this motion. My preamble was so good, but there we go.
Thanks, Tim. I'd now like to call on Councillor Hornchin to speak on behalf of the Labour Group.
Okay. We need new homes. Sorry, can you hear me? We all know the devastating health consequences of not having a secure home. So we are building new homes. We have built over 12,000 new homes since 2016 and continue to build more. This said 2 weeks ago, but just 2 months ago, at an extraordinary full council, we passed the local plan. I gave a speech on the importance of building for the environment, for both human and nature, the importance of green spaces, the spaces for communities to thrive, be that employment, easily getting to the shops, community centres. But I left out one important, crucial element for the good, thriving, healthy society, that of healthcare provision. This was not because we had forgotten it. Indeed, in our cross-party working group, we had several discussions on this vital issue. In consultations for future developments that I've had been involved with, the number one concern is always The doctor's a fool. I cannot get an appointment. How can we build more homes? In the recent devastating cuts to buses, particularly in my local area of Brislington East, whole sections of a community were cut off from their local hospitals, surgeries and pharmacists. They became complicated places to get to for the very people who relied on the buses and couldn't get there by driving. Indeed, we are asked by the NHS 111 to get advice from our local pharmacist. However, they're all closing down to save our healthcare system. I can mention one small but good example that happens in our ward, is the St Anne's Community House Centre, which is a local arts centre and community centre, and they've rented out spaces to the local GP, mainly for social prescribing. Can we have more of this sort of thing? For too long now, we've relied on a market system reacting to the situations of healthcare as if it was a commodity. Let's work together with communities and plan our healthcare better for healthier and happier futures for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Katja. Councillor Smith.
Thank you very much. I'm sure you'd all love to hear me do 30 minutes on what I'd do if I was Health Secretary, but you'll just have to wait for another day. I'm going to do the short version. We're abstaining on this. No problem at all with the issue of having a strategic health needs assessment. Perfectly reasonable, sensible, useful thing to do, and we completely support it. Unfortunately, this has been through the Labour Office motion writing machine, and therefore it's hedged about with all the usual political guff and point scoring. I don't think that's come from you, Ellie. Maybe I'm wrong, but we're not voting for it. At some point fairly soon in this country, we're going to have a big conversation about what is the best way, the right way, to provide healthcare free at the point of use for an ageing, growing population. When that happens, and I think it needs to happen soon, that's going to have to be a grown-up conversation. It's going to have to be a cross-party conversation, and throwing stones at each other isn't going to cut it.
Thank you, Steve. I'd like to now call on Councillor Clark to speak on behalf of the Liberal Democrat Group.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. As a member of Health Scrutiny, I'm acutely aware of some of the challenges facing not only Bristol residents, but the rest of the country. And it is fair to say that we all want the best healthcare that the NHS can provide. I also note that the motion, that Labour's motion has its favourite words in it, austerity. We've had 5 already today. So I was really interested to read the Shadow Health Secretary, Wes Streeting, has accused the NHS of using every winter crisis and challenge it faces as an excuse to ask for more money. He said the health service needs to accept money is tight and that it must rethink how the care it provides can provide better value for money for the taxpayer, adding the NHS is going to have to get used to the fact that money is tight and it's going to have to get used to switching spend and rethinking where and how care is delivered to deliver better outcomes for patients and better value for taxpayers' money. Moving back to the motion, this is such a massive subject. We could spend an evening just discussing healthcare, its funding and how services are delivered in the future. So I thought I would just highlight issues in one particular area. And when it comes to dental care, what Labour fails to acknowledge is that their part in making it harder to access to dental care because of their policy changes to the contracting process in 2006. Which put a cap of 50% of the population receiving NHS dental care, leaving the rest having to purchase private care, which causes huge amounts of concern for our residents. So when planning services for the future, the ICB, with the support of the NHS commissioning team, are developing a dental plan, and in 2020 a programme was established to improve recruitment and retention of dentists, to improve access to NHS dentistry. But shockingly, there are currently only 35% of the required NHS dentists in post. This only highlights the extent of the challenge for all parties who need to plan for the growth of our city and changing needs within that population. The Director of Public Health, Christina Gray, recently told Scrutiny that this has an issue being highlighted at a recent ICP meeting that aimed to address this situation. There was now more flexibility.
If you can wind up now, please, Joss. Thank you.
More local commissioning and also some local practices that were enthusiastic about putting things in place for dental care contracts. So hopefully there is a glimmer of hope, at least in the future. Our group will be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Gary in the chamber? I can't see.
No.
He's not. Okay.
That's 3 minutes saved.
Yeah. I thought he might free the null one and let Chris speak, but it's not happened, unfortunately. So we'll go straight through to Marvin. Do you wish to respond to the motion?
I'll reserve my remarks on this.
Wow, that's fabulous. Okay. Ellie, as mover, you can respond if you like.
Sorry, I'll be brief. So I agree with the point on dentistry, and that's why I was really pleased to see Councillor Mayoral a really strong advocacy on this, and that bringing provision back to Ashley, which was really important and a campaign well run. With the dental reform, I completely agree it needs reforming. We've drafted a motion on that, and Labour committed to reforming it if they won the 2010 election. Unfortunately, they didn't. The Lib Dems and the Conservatives in coalition, and they haven't reformed it despite promising to in every election since. So that is absolutely something that's needed, and that's something that Labour's called for in every election in the last 13 years. And Labour is also committed to recruiting more dentists should they become the next party in power, and focusing on workforce. So I think good times ahead in that regard. We will work in partnership with the ICB on this. So yes, there isn't a timeline dedicated in it, but the pressure will be on, and we'll be getting. That's why we brought it through as a motion, is because we want to have some focus on it, and we want to bring that alignment in so that it's pursued in a timely way. And just to say that it's not a strategic health needs assessment, it's a strategic care assessment. Our strategic needs assessments are done every year, and that's how we get our pharmaceutical needs assessments. That's how we know the state of our city. We know what we need to do. It's the care, it's looking at what should we do, and also looking at the innovations that we can. Money isn't forthcoming as much as we'd like to, but we can be more innovative, and we can embrace the digital, embrace community care models, and work better with our voluntary sector to get those better health outcomes for people so they can live longer lives and address adult social care, as you rightly said. But thank you very much for the comments and support in the room. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellie. So let's move to the vote. It's going to be, so please ensure you're sitting in the right spots. You're voting on the motion, and the vote will be open for 15 seconds. Okay, you can vote now. It looks like it's carried, but we haven't quite got the summary. Ah, here we go. 437 against, 1 and abstentions 11. So the motion was carried. So thank you. That concludes the first motion, and we did that in 18 minutes, so that's not bad at all. Last item on the agenda, agenda item 19, golden motion, use of CAS monies. The motion will be shown on the screen in the room during the proposing speech. I'd like to ask Councillor Joss Clark of the Liberal Democrats to move the motion.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Firstly, I'd like to wish you a happy Christmas, because it's been such a joyous and festive meeting this evening. Don't put me on the clock yet, but is that a snowflake on that thing? Because I couldn't work it out. Is it a snowflake? No, that yellow one. Oh, is it? Oh, I thought it was being festive. Anyway, yes, I know it's my time. Firstly, I would like to say that I'm really sad that the Liberal Democrat group felt it necessary to bring this issue to Council, particularly in the form of a motion. But I'm sure that we will get cross-party support because all members share the value of openness and transparency in this Council. And after all, what our residents expect from us. The Liberal Democrats understand the reason for the introduction of the clean air zone and the need to clean up the air in the city. We also see the need to encourage people to choose other forms of transport rather than highly polluting vehicles. Much of the criticism levelled at the council from drivers in and around Bristol has been that it is seen as a money-making exercise, and this motion will enable the council to demonstrate that it is spending the money on new projects to encourage active travel. So, to put the scheme in context, at the beginning of this process, the Government and Bristol City Council agreed a list of priorities that the CAS money will be spent on. Number 4 in that list, if there is any money left over, it should support green infrastructure along the most polluted roads where public exposure is the highest, which could be planting trees or creating bus lanes or separated cycle lanes in these areas. The final priority is supporting the maintenance of infrastructure to promote active travel and public transport use, to make it easier for people who choose to cycle rather than drive non-compliant cars to do so. The agreement also states that if there is any more money left over, it should go towards further livable neighbourhoods, as well as bus service improvements, both physical infrastructure and operational services, and improve and maintain infrastructure on active travel routes and bus corridors. So to sum up, we look forward to a report on how much money has been raised, what the costs have been, and where it will be, we can see where it will be spent. I hope that in a year's time, we can say with confidence that it has not been a money-making exercise and that the money has not gone into the general fund and residents will see the benefits. Finally, we are calling for transparency so that councillors and local residents can see a tangible difference to our lives and the city. I urge all sides to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Joss. Councillor Brown, I believe you're seconding the motion.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. For the sake of clarity, I want to make clear that we're not suggesting that the Council is proposing doing anything unlawful or improper with regards to the allocation of cash revenue to existing transport budgets. And we're not suggesting that a proportion of that money wouldn't be spent on measures that support the aims of the zone. However, it's our contention that spending the funds received on business-as-usual transport measures is against the spirit of the CAS. As it is not primarily a revenue-generating measure, these funds should be treated by this Council as a windfall and used to accelerate progress to a cleaner, greener city. We should be able to point to specific projects and say, this walkway, this cycle lane, this bus route has been made possible thanks to CAS. We should be able to demonstrate that the CAS monies raised are making a positive contribution to how people can traverse the city in a way that improves the environment for everyone. Subsuming the revenues into everyday expenditure will do nothing except increase cynicism amongst our residents. Furthermore, to do so is short-sighted. These funds will diminish over time as greater compliance is obtained and may, subject to decisions by future administrations, fall away altogether. Replacing regular spending in this way kicks the can of funding that gap down the road. Now, I know that finances are stretched. We see the reports again and again in this chamber. But using the CAS funds to plug the hole would be like using wallpaper paste to plug a pothole. Please support the motion.
Thank you, Andrew. We'll now hear from a round of speakers on the motion, and I'd like to call on Ed to speak on behalf of the Green Group.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. And with apologies to my group, I'm going to cut to the chase, not read the whole speech. So it won't be a surprise to anyone that the Green Party supports ongoing and sustained initiatives to improve air quality and tackle car dependency. There's a growing body of research that shows that poor air quality is a public health catastrophe, particularly for the children exposed to it. Even the Conservatives must favour some form of collective action in the face of overwhelming scientific evidence. So there's quite a lot to like about the Clean Air Zone, but if only we could see the data promptly, if we could measure and understand the impact on disabled people, and if the operational side was more transparent and friendly. The lack of data means we haven't been able to provide any reassurance to anxious residents worried about the traffic displaced onto their residential streets, particularly because the boundaries are so tightly drawn. We know, and it's somewhat staggering, that the proposal to cut the funding for the WECA levy, which supports bus services, from the main budget and replace it with the declining revenue from the Clean Air Zone, as we've just heard, is short-term thinking. We've got a crisis in bus services, as we've also heard, and across the west of England, and this would have been a perfect opportunity to support more buses and kickstart a longer-term revival in public transport as a viable option, cleaning up the air and cutting carbon. Yes, we face nigh-on impossible budget pressures and wicked choices. We've debated this at length within the Green Group. The motion specifically says that the majority of CAS income should be invested in active and sustainable travel, yet we don't know the full CAS income. Therefore, we can support this, giving the Labour Cabinet a clear instruction about the purpose of this funding. We want to invest in the future rather than borrowing from it. There are many ways we could clean up the air and decongest our city. They're complementary, they're holistic, but we're not taking the full range of measures at our disposal. And we've seen particularly action on traffic calming stalled, and the parking strategy that was underway in 2019 as requested by the Citizens' Assembly still hasn't appeared. So and the workplace parking levy, which would raise exactly the sustained additional revenue we need, has been ruled out. So we support this motion. It's a scheme that from conception to operation has been shrouded in as much secrecy as possible. We support anything that makes it more transparent in its ongoing operation, the monitoring of its effects and the use of the resulting revenues. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thanks, Ed. And I can hear councillors speaking slightly faster as we see the light at the end of the tunnel. Don, would you like to respond on behalf of the Labour Group?
Thank you. Yes, the Labour Group has reservations about some of the wording. Oh dear. The Labour Group has some reservations about some of the wording, but we won't be blocking it, and we certainly welcome the Green Group's belated support for the Clean Air Zone. This motion is...
Point of order.
Oh dear.
Please.
Bristol's Clean Air Zone happened following a Green Party motion brought to this chamber in 2016. We would thank you for not sharing further misinformation from the Labour Group this evening. Thank you.
I believe the Clean Air Zone came about as a legal requirement, but I could be wrong. I thought it came from government.
You're correct, Lord Mayor. The previous suggestion wasn't. However, this motion does give us an opportunity to constructively address some of the misunderstandings about transport projects which are regularly promulgated. Firstly, though, it recognises, albeit implicitly, the fine work of our officers on the Clean Air Zone, and I want to add my personal thanks to them. What Clean Air Zone revenue, or shall we say net income, can and can't be used for is clear in law. What isn't clear is the distinction between new and old projects as laid out in the motion. New projects that we do in transport always take the opportunity to upgrade existing infrastructure. Maintenance projects, e.g. lights and signals, rarely replace like for like, but bring in the latest technology. And as an example, you can go to see, as I did this morning, the wonderful project down at Bristol Bridge, which combines some maintenance work, but has also upgraded signals and brought in the new potentialities of the modern technology that's allowed that project to go ahead. So the new, old and existing isn't a useful distinction in transport projects. Also, Transport projects are not bought off the shelf like bags of sugar. They are the product of a multidisciplinary pipeline, which generally takes years of work. So what we need for that pipeline is predictable finance and a government that's interested in providing nationally the skills that are sometimes known to be lacking within that multidisciplinary ecosystem. In relation to this motion, I've got 3 objectives for transport over the coming months. The first one is improving its financial situation so that it doesn't impact on the...
Don, you've gone red, but I'm going to allow you an extra 30 seconds for the
Thank
interruption.
You, I've got 2 more points. That's excellent, Lord Mayor. The second one is restructuring it in a way that recognises that we're now working alongside WECA, and so things have changed. And the third thing is new career pathways, because there are some disciplines within transport it's impossible to recruit for now. And I think we need to look at transport and transport careers differently. None of this will rectify the damage done by the massive cuts by this government as financial support for local authorities. But we look forward to a new government next year that will bolster what we're doing here locally to make transport successful in Bristol. Thank you.
Thanks, Don. Jeff, are you speaking on behalf of the Conservative group?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Apart from it being a pleasure to have you back, I just wanted to check that you were aware you've presided over a momentous occasion, or potentially so, 2 consecutive debates without Councillor Hopkins contributing. I think it should be noted.
That's a Christmas present.
Clean Air Zone. It was a matter of great concern to a number of us when the proposals were brought forward. Lots of issues of worry, but at the end of the day, Marvin and others, Don, convinced us the importance of clean air as a right, not an option. And what we were persuaded of was twofold. One, the charge which would dissuade those who used vehicles that weren't compliant so that they would replace them and reduce the pollution. And secondly, that the proceeds would be invested in schemes that would reduce the air pollution. 2 key factors. I have to say I'd never have been persuaded if I believed that the proceeds that came in were going to be used to fudge a budget gap. That was not what was being proposed. But what is worse, and Andrew's referred to this, what is worse is providing whoever may be in the next administration with a self-reducing budget. Just like that, creating a financial pressure because you're funding future revenue out of something that is going to reduce. Members, that cannot be a sustainable way to finance our authority. There are enough spending pressures that arise anyway that we have to meet without actually setting a poison pill for whoever is in the position of having to balance the books in the future. So, my Lord Mayor, I have really, really serious concerns. We've heard already how this proposal is environmentally flawed. I have to say, I think I've explained why it's ethically flawed. And we've already heard as well why it's financially flawed. There is absolutely no option but to support this motion because it tries to remedy something that is in danger of destroying what was potentially a very positive result. My group will be supporting. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Jeff. Marvin, would you like to respond?
Yeah, I won't go into it too much, but just some of the, just a couple of key points. One is, and obviously we had a little chat earlier on, Carla, and that was all very nice, and I appreciate your intervention, but this habit of the Greens claiming credit for what the Labour Party's done has just come to a new pinnacle tonight. We've had this around the pedestrianisation on Cottam. Your Facebook posts seem to be a platform for your parliamentary campaign, boasting about Bristol's climate record, and now claiming credit for the the clean air zone. It was a legal requirement following legal action by Client Earth to national government. We had to do it. And the charge was to deliver compliant air quality in the shortest possible time. What we did do as an authority, going back to the point we made earlier with the motion earlier on the just transition, was anticipate that clean air zones can have negative consequences for some people. Hence, we really negotiated hard to get the £42 million transition package to support businesses and households. While we were doing that, we even had criticism from the Conservatives saying you need to go harder and faster, you're not hitting the deadlines. What we were doing was taking care of people through the transition. When we got to the other end and those concerns were raised, there was silence from the benches as we dealt with the fact that there were negative consequences for some people from the clean air zone. And the other point, again, in the back left-hand corner there, any time someone from that part of the chamber begins to talk about the challenges local government finance is something that really sticks in the throat. We are on the end of a 14-year journey of disinvestment in local government in general, in the population in particular, on the receiving end of a chaotic national government, a chaotic national economy, taking cheap shots at migrants now as a way of making up for the lack of political vision and any offer to offer hope. And I think you'd probably be better off using your energies inside your party to try and get some dignity into the thing so that it generally works for the good of this country and for the city.
Thank you, Marvin. Josh, as the mover of the motion, would you like to respond?
Yes, thank you very much. I don't want to add to the debate that was going across the chamber between the Greens and Labour, but I believe that Mark Wright introduced a motion putting forward a CAS in 2014, so just put that in a little bit of Lib Dem context for you all. Anyway, thank you very much for the debate and the points raised. Ed, I think your point about young people and children, they are the future, and we have a duty to actually improve the environment for them. So I think thank you very much for that. And I also agree with the fact that you've mentioned that we need to see data. Data is incredibly important when we can make a value-based and evidence-based decisions with the data, and I don't think we've had that. On buses, agree with you entirely. We should have more supported bus services. It was just a real shame that people in this chamber didn't support the Lib Dems when we brought the motion last budget to put some more money in buses. So maybe if we do it next year, we can look to your benches for some support. Thank you. As for the Labour contribution, I understand you wanted to put an altered motion in. And I understand your reasoning for that, and you obviously explained it very well, and it's obviously a really good lesson in clarification, because I clearly didn't understand what I was talking about, Don, and I'm really sorry about that, and it's really nice to have a bit of a lecture from you, so thanks for that one. All I say to you is thank you very much for supporting the motion from the Tories, and I hope we can get it through this evening. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. We can move to the vote now. Again, the vote, so make sure you're sitting where you're supposed to be sitting. You are voting on the motion, and the vote will be open for 15 seconds. And you can vote now. And the result of the vote is 47 for and none against and no abstentions. So the motion is carried. And there you go. 2 golden motions in 40 minutes. It just goes to show what we can do if we put our minds to it. So thank you for attending today's meeting. The next meeting of full council will be held on Tuesday, the 9th of January. Just have a Merry Christmas, everyone, and here's hoping for a slightly better New Year for me anyway. Thank you very much.